Last week, Luke, the UFC moved an already scheduled lightweight bout between Donald Cerrone and Joe Lozon to May 7th, UFC 274. Cowboy, of course, tied with Jim Miller for the most UFC wins at 23. And anytime you get two beloved veteran action heroes together at this age, you expect sloppy violence, and you probably expect Twitter to call for the loser to retire. So, Luke, with that in mind, call me crazy, but I know the MK fan base mostly hates pro wrestling and hates when I even mention anything to do with it. And they certainly hate when I use the term loser leaves town match to describe certain UFC fights. But that's kind of what they are, and that's kind of what they should be. Just like how much UFC celebrates the fighter's birth into the UFC system through TUF or the Dana White Contender Series, the fighters have to fight and win to secure a job.
None of this will matter.
The end of this combat food cycle should also be celebrated the same way. Every other UFC pay-per-view card should feature one specific fight matching two name and sort of, loved but journeyman action heroes who are close enough to the same weight. They've got the Cerrone and Lozon reputation, and the loser is likely going to get cut anyway. So you make this loser leaves town. The winner gets a big fight because of it. The loser has to retire for at least 1 year. But those losers, Luke, they're sent off with respect and a $50K bonus package severance to ease that transition into retirement.
If the fighters themselves made that a condition, I'd be all in favor of it. If the promotion made that a condition, I'd be like, that's way too heavy-handed. But honestly, to your point, this is about as good of a case for that as any. Joe Lozon has been off for a while, and I talked to him once, and he was like, I'm just waiting. I don't need to take a fight. He's got a school. He saved a bunch of money. He knows he doesn't have a lot of time left. He just wanted to take one that made sense for the time and the place and the opponent, and it was like, if it's the right one, then I'll do it, that kind of a thing. And so Cerrone fits that bill. Conversely, we've been saying Cerrone should retire already. If you lost to Lozon, not that that would be some kind of shameful thing, but just, the accumulation at that point. Dude, this is actually, if you were gonna do it, this is a great candidate to do it. I would actually say that's not crazy.
Okay. I mean, it's pro wrestling. I mean, it's basically how Ric Flair's retirement match against Shawn Michaels was promoted. Of all these matches ahead of time, if he lost, he had to be done. And then finally, you lose on WrestleMania. Okay, I know that's not your shit.
Who could possibly care about that? Not me.
I love you. That was the great those HBK. Yeah, all right, Luke. One day,
dude. My friend, who's an attorney, moved to Tampa, and he has this local sports bar near his house. I've sent you these pictures. Every time he goes there, this has happened now 4 times. Every time he goes there, Ric Flair is sitting at the bar with a gaggle of people, usually women. And he's just Ric Flairing it up, and dude, apparently he's the talk of the town down there.
He just broke up with his wife again, and they parted ways mutually. But it basically, by the words he put out there, it kind of was like he just wants to live out the final years as wild, and because he obviously almost died and had that horrific scenario to, in the hospital, and he's just sort of like, okay. I mean, it's like, dude, he's still. It's not only. He's still living it. He can't not live it. That's who he is, Luke. Okay, he's a mascot for living it. You know what I'm saying? That's who the Nature Boy is.
I took one sip of malt liquor on that roof, and I wanted to die. Fucking Rick is out there. What is Rick? Late 60s, early 70s, or something?
Yeah, but just his body's been through hell, Luke, and back. Not the whole career, right? I mean, look, he was not only just in his late 50s into even 60s. He was competent. He was still technically an exceptional wrestler and physical performer. He's that freak of nature, by the way, the Rolling Stones guitarist, right? You know what I mean? Where you're just never gonna die.
Keith Richards?
Never gonna die. Yeah, just like Keith Richards, right? You're just made of something different.
Who's done more drugs, Keith Richards or Ric Flair?
Wow. I'd say because Rick's probably done it all, but because he's such a drinker, I'd say it's much more likely that Keith's done more. But who's consumed more? If you add alcohol to that and cigarettes, and you just go straight in, I mean, I'd like to see a lot of their stats, to be fair, Luke. You know what I'm saying?
I want to see evidence of blood in Keith Richards' heroin stream. That's really what I'm looking for here.
I really wasn't thinking that. I was thinking more about Space Mountain, Luke. It's a long line, right? Yeah. Oldest ride in the park. Luke, Ariel Helwani caught up with Tyson Fury, and the lineal and WBC heavyweight champion said he would retire from boxing for good after fighting Dillian White on April 23rd. and would then fight Francis Ngannou with 4-ounce gloves at Raiders Stadium, and then from there on only accept carnival or crossover fights until the end of his career. Luke, there's a reason why this factoid didn't make a news item in our show this week. Call me crazy, but there probably wasn't a single word said by Fury in that entire interview that wasn't a lie. Sometimes, of course, Luke, you can get a dialed-in Fury, but this guy just says wild shit all the time. The answers will change from interview to interview, like minutes apart. And if you're not a hardcore fight fan, you get fooled each time. Like, I mean, it's like hilarious in one way. It's sort of this Andy Kaufman style of like purposely irritant comedy, but it's unbelievable that it just keeps happening.
I will say you're not crazy. However, I will say, he might take a break after beating Dillian White, assuming he beats Dillian White, number one. So you might see him like, not getting back at it. Number two, I do think he takes one circus fight before it's all said and done. Whatever that is, how that is, I don't know, but I do think he'll take one.
Yeah, I mean, he already did the WWE thing, and he's talking about wanting to go
No,
back.
but I mean like a sanctioned, like, whether it's Francis or some shit.
Oh, no, I get your point, but all of that does fall under the same circus in Big Ten at the end of the day. I got one more Call Me Crazy. Look, we'll see if this segment ever comes back. Who knows? Speaking of Tyson Fury, him and Dillian White sold 84,000 tickets to their April 23rd fight at London's Wembley Stadium in 3 minutes. 84,000 tickets in 3 minutes. Promoter Frank Warren, who outbid Eddie Hearn for the record-shattering purse bid victory, is trying to actually get Wembley Stadium reworked to get the full capacity to somewhere just under 100,000 so they can break the record set by Anthony Joshua and Vladimir Klitschko in England when they did 90,000 in 2017. Luke, call me crazy, but I feel like the combat sports culture in the UK and in Ireland is so insanely intoxicating right now and rabid that even you and I could do a live morning combat episode in London with 3 months notice and the promise of special guests in the advertisement, and we could put 5,000 asses in the seats.
Depends on the ticket price.
Luke, tell me.
Yeah, I think we could actually.
You're damn fucking right we could, Luke. And that's not all about how big our balls are or how big and great our style and show is. But Luke, them motherfuckers are like, they don't want the smoke, they need it. Luke, that's their lifestyle. They're fighters. You know, I am an 8th Irish. That's probably always in the back of your mind when I size you up, Luke.
Conversation, I see. The man.
I don't believe you.
I mean, us Lithuanians are tough as well. I don't know about the French Canadian side, Luke. I think that's my emotional side, but us Lithuanians, I mean, we're already, kind of about it, but you add that 8th of Irish, Luke, that little proper 12 right on top, right?
Yes,
I mean,
that's the key. You'll get the real Irish out of BC with just pour some alcohol on top.
Here.
Luke, but here's the deal, though. I mean, there's many people that have done the live podcast thing, and, and sometimes they fill. I used to do the wrestling podcast Cheap Heat with Peter Rosenberg. We'd fill a couple 100-seat theater, and it'd be a hilariously fun live show. 5K, Luke. 5K, bro.
Could be
We're
done.
gonna need some guests.
It would be difficult, but we could do it.
I mean, what if we got a great guest? That, like, you know what I mean? That they just...
What if we got Tyson Fury and Dillian White?
Yeah. We got, like, half the cast of, like, what's the soccer show, Luke, that we all love? Yeah.
The soccer show?
Yeah, the damn soccer show on Apple Plus. What the hell is it? Luke, my brain's just turning off. It's, the greatest show ever.
With the coach who's American.
Yeah, Tatiana Suarez. Got it. Okay.
Yes, Tatiana Suarez is the name of that show. Yes.
Again, Luke, call me crazy.
Ted Lasso.
Ted Lasso. Thank you, Luke. I think we can do it. We will team up with those blokes and make this happen.
All right. Good to know.
Do you think we need a musical guest?
Yes, we need Jackal, the sound guy.
Dude, that dude,
or whatever.
The guy in our Luke's talking about the guy in Doc 6, who is like the white guy with the dreads, who's like one of our, and he's like a freelancer, and he's worked on some of our morning combat shoots. And if you look him up on Instagram, he's like a influencer slash EDM producer. And like, yo, Luke, like it's just this dude holding the boom mic for us. And then he's like, no, dude, I DJ'd at these, like, you know, world festivals and stuff. You know?
He
It's
DJ'd
like,
at Coachella, and he has some of the music at every single Golden Knights game that they play.
it's wild. Shout out to Jackal, right?
Well, by the way, our producers say we could get Manich and the music he makes, plus Jackal, plus Often Spaced, and then as the closer, we could get Pennington James to really make sure that the audience walks out early.
Well, look, Pennington James is gonna have to be the curtain jerker. I forgot that. Yo, Manich can ball. And what is Gaff's hip hop stage name, Luke?
Is it Often Spaced? I don't know.
Often Spaced. Yes.
Dude, here's the thing: if there's a fire in the building, rather than hitting the fire alarm, we'll just tell Pennington James to play, and that will just clear out the room just the same.
Look, I love that everyone on Malta, they got hopes and dreams. I don't know if they have the ways and means, Luke, but they got, like, what I'm saying is they're just waiting. They're busting tables right now, but they're coming for it. You know what I'm saying? And hey, Malta staff, if you're coming on,
this is why.
That's why I always tell Manich, I'm like, yo, is this just a hobby, or is this you? Is this your life? You know what I'm saying? You only get one shot.
This is why Pennington James never plays in front of crowded theaters, because it's actually illegal for him to play, because it causes such a mad rush to the exit that it ends up like a Rhode Island theater or bar or whatever.
Okay. You're talking about the Great White?
Yes.
Are we doing that bit again? I'm for that bit, dude. I
saw old highlights of it, and it was a terrible human tragedy. I'm like, wow, Pennington James really, he's making him hit the exit, huh?
Do you think Sally from Staten Island's got some bars too, Luke? I mean, everybody on that team can, except for Jake. Jake's just a brilliant documentarian, and then that weird guy Phil. He's probably just chasing old women, Luke. But yeah, all right. Luke, Phil went to Vanderbilt. Who knew, right?
Yeah, but did he graduate? I mean, he went to Vanderbilt. You know what I'm saying? Like, I've been to Yale. I didn't graduate.
One day I'll tell you the story about how I drove across the quad at Yale accidentally, Luke. That's not a good story at all. Yeah. All right, Luke. I think that's it. 90 minutes. Probably the best 90 minutes of your day.
No, we have to do dead wrong, fuckface.
Oh God, you serious?
Go through them quickly. Quickly.
Yeah. You know, I had time. I told you I had this shit under control. That I had the 90 minutes timed out. That didn't include dead wrong.
Hoisted by your own petard.
Wow. Taylor said, no, this is Harry and Ben. Hey, BC, you old bitch. Oh, God, Luke. At 103
this is starting out great.
Of Friday's show, you said that Josh Taylor secured all 4 light welterweight belts by stopping Jose Ramirez late. Actually, despite Taylor dropping Ramirez in rounds 6 and 7, he secured the unanimous decision points win. You're damn right. I got that wrong. I'm writing this on Saturday morning from a very rainy Glasgow. And can't wait for the fights later on. Oh, he must have wrote this before the Taylor fight. He's like, yo, I hope this fight is the stepping stone towards Josh Taylor getting the international respect that he deserves. Luke, somebody should tell this guy that it didn't happen.
Yes. Speaking of dead wrong.
Yeah. maybe you should look in the mirror over there in Scotland. So yeah, all right. Luke, this is Michael. On the February 28th show, BC did what he does best, which is talk out of his ass.
See, I don't know why people don't like this segment. This segment is fucking hilarious.
In the middle of him reading Gegard Mousasi's resume, he somehow read Gegard's win over Douglas Lima as a stoppage, even though it was a decision victory. I can't tell if it's part of his shtick to be illiterate or if he's just bad at his job. Can we sub BC out for an actual professional like Ariel Helwani? Wow. Well, you know.
Oh,
yeah.
shit.
Wow. Luke, I'm sure if I ever risen myself out of this job soon, that will be Ariel Helwani filling in. That's coming through that curtain. But yeah, for now,
Morning Canada over here. Morning Canada.
For now, this chair is mine. That boy is mine. Okay, yeah. That gross, sweaty carcass of a hairy man. Yeah, that's mine. On Monday's episode, oh no, that's the same one. Let's keep this moving. This is from a bunch of people, Luke. They're coming after you. During Wednesday's show, Luke said that Danger Mouse's fan submission was him eating noodles to Linkin Park lyrics. Those lyrics are, in fact, not from Linkin Park. Remember the Name is a song by Fort Minor. Innocent mistake, but I personally love their music, so I caught it immediately. Yo, all love from Teaneck, New Jersey. It's Joseph.
What is? Yeah, I don't know anything about Fort Minor, and candidly, Linkin Park. It turns out. So.
Yo, what about the nerve on Jay Aaron to try to tell you that Shinedown is the greatest rock band in history, and then go, yo, they got the most #1 hits of any other band, and you're like, are there cameras? Is this a routine? Like, you know what I mean? Like, is there gonna be a
Fort Minor is the rapper.
Oh,
isn't that Mike Shinoda?
Oh, Maniche. Luke, you just got schooled in real time.
Yeah.
So, Maniche, are you
apparently
saying...
the rapper, yes.
Maniche, the people can't hear you right now, right?
Yeah, we got to get Gaff a microphone that the audience can hear, but he basically says it's the rapper from Linkin Park, and so it's not like super wrong, but it's wrong. So.
Indeed.
Also, I don't give a fuck about Linkin Park's music, and I don't think it's good. So there you go.
Yo, if that one song comes on, though, right?
What?
Oh, no, I'm thinking of the other awesome song, Luke, that Evanescence song. Yo, if that Evanescence song comes on the serious... Yo, bro, I'm shutting that shit down. You break me down. You know what I'm saying, Luke? Yeah. You know? I'll just go full vape on you,
This
Luke.
is a very low-T moment for me. Very low-T.
That was me being that human. I was like a human vape, Luke. I was just like, this is who I am. You can't change me, you know?
Don't change me, Mom and Dad!
All right. Hey, Micah's here. At roughly 43:30 of Wednesday's pod, BC refers to Islam Makhachev as undefeated. He waves the Motumbo finger at me and says, no, no, no. Adriano Martins put the big ol' L on his resume in 2015. Side note, at 1:22 of Wednesday's show, a Sith Lord sounding voice appears to move you guys along. Was that Gaff or Corey? Blessings upon you. It's Micah.
I don't know who that was.
Right. I hope it was Gaff. I hope it was Gaff spitting hot rhymes under the Often Spaced label, Luke, okay?
Okay. Good to know.
All right. They're calling out my Canadian. They want to revoke my Canadian passport. This is Andre Ladouceur, Luke. He says, is it manure or manure? Toque or toque?
Mounier.
I hereby rescind BC's complimentary passport to Canada. You have no ties here, sir. Good luck in Lithuania. Wow. Bro, first of all...
I don't think that was the only thing he corrected you on, because I got this email as well. There's more. He says you got manure or Mounier, toque or toque. And then
I said that. Yeah,
I
said those.
I missed that part, sorry.
Sorry, he also... first of all, Andre... you're not the giant, and I'm French Canadian, which means I'm Quebecian. That's where my great grandparents come from. So,
what do you call people from Quebec?
They never believed they were part of Canada anyway. Okay, you know what I'm saying? So it's all good.
What do you call people from Quebec, BC? I'm going to verify this.
You know, I call it. See how what we really call it. It's in French, so I didn't know the exact.
Yes, it's a French word. What is it?
The Quebecois.
That's right. Very good. Quebecois. That's right. From people
Luke, also one fan, I think this is from Mikey. Oh, yeah. So one fan is saying that Luke told they're saying you told the Bruce Hornsby story on MK to Aaron Bronstetter while I was on vacation. So not a real dead wrong, but a side note. Okay. But Luke, a follow-up, somebody DM'd me, I wish I had their name, and they said, hey, by the way, Bruce Hornsby's son, who grew up in Williamsburg, was a guard on LSU and is now playing hoops internationally. He's a 6'3" guard, Luke. I had no idea.
I didn't know that. That's cool. I mean, he was even born when I was in college. I was in college 20 years ago, so
yeah.
I don't even know if he was born. But dude, Hornsby can fucking ball.
Yo, that means that Bruce is still after that shit, right? You know what I'm saying, Luke?
Bruce is out there just dunking on these haters.
Yeah.
I made mandolin rain.
He's like, and that's just the way it is. You know what I mean? Some things will never change for old horned up Bruce Hornsby. That's what I'm talking about. That's how men do. Luke, I was 6 minutes too late, which is never a phrase either of us have ever uttered, Luke. But
Yes, I've never told another woman. This took 6 minutes longer than I expected.
And I was expecting. Okay. Yeah, there it is. Yeah. Luke, I can't wait one day. If imagine if you and I became like litigious podcast hosts and we sued each other, Luke. Like when this show eventually breaks apart, Luke, I want it to end in a lawsuit where they have to like go back and like bring out all the text messages and emails, and they're like, wow, these two foul, lewd morons were made for each other, guys. Just get back together. I mean, what are you doing here? You know? Yeah.
We are. I'll see you in court. I'll see you, motherfucker, in court.
High court.
Yes, I'll see you in court. High court or regular court, high. Either way.
Either way, yeah, you're still guilty as sin. That's the great Luke Thomas. I'm your boy, BC. Morningcombat@gmail.com is the email address for those type of dead wrongs. There's our social channels. Follow us. Morning Combat.
Respect them, we'll give them all the time, but we wouldn't be looking to get out of our obligation, is what I'm saying.
Este posibil să aplici pentru credit odată și să ai bani lunar? Da, cu cardul.
Saying the only fight that AJ wants right now is Alexander Usyk. If we have to fight in between, no problem at all, but we'll respect this time for Alexander Usyk. We'll speak to his advisors, and if there needs to be a delay to the contractual period, we will be happy to grant that, but we want that fight, you know, and we don't want that obligation to slide away.
I'd love to get your opinion on this. We saw what happened with Taylor and Catterall last weekend. I've heard you speak about it, and I think you can't really fix the 10-point must system. Obviously, it is what it is, but I really do strongly believe in open scoring. Now, I asked Tyson about it. He's in favor. I asked Canelo about it. He's in favor. How do you feel about open scoring? Do you think that this could help change things?
I was there when you just asked Sal the question. I like it. I mean, I think that the WBC already have open scoring in place with certain commissions that allow it. British Boxing Board of Control is not one of the commissions that allow it, where after 4 rounds and after 8 rounds, you will see the scorecards. If it's every round, I'm not sure how that works from a TV sort of fan engagement perspective. I quite like the 4 and 8 rounds. You know, it's obviously the 3/3 of the fight, 4, 8, and 12. But whenever I've been at a live fight with open scoring, it's quite exciting. And it can change the status of a fight. For example, if there was open scoring in the Taylor-Catterall fight, all of a sudden, Catterall has to go for it.
Right.
You know, and from a TV perspective, it's quite thrilling that at that moment, rather than the controversy after, you can have the controversy during the fight, and the fight can change, the tactics can change and evolve. And I feel that we live in a world now where people want fast-paced, almost like electronic content. And I feel like something could be done quite interestingly with that concept in the sport, but also really important not to bastardize the sport and just make it, you know, nouveau and new age and digital. Yeah, we're going to do this now. We need to keep the rawness of boxing. But at the same time, it would be nice to give someone an opportunity to change the face of a fight if they're going to go down, you know, if they're going to get a bad decision, if you know what I mean. So after 8 rounds in the Catterall fight, you would have seen everyone say, Josh Taylor's up. And everyone say, what? Right. But at least the corner can say, you're getting robbed here. So you have to go for it. And that's going to be very, very exciting. Or, at the same way, a fighter that thought he was behind is actually in front. Then he goes into a little bit of survival mode. You know, I think there's a future there. But we have to keep evolving in terms of the judges. And there's been a lot of talk about corruption and stuff like that. Listen, I've been in the sport all my life, since I was 7 years old. There's no corruption in judging boxing matches. Sometimes there's people who, you know, don't do their job correctly, and they have to be looked at like in any job. You know, if all of a sudden you start putting a few bad shows together, Ariel, I know that's unlikely, but you know, you're going to get looked at by people. Same with me. If I put bad shows on, DAZN are going to look at me, and everybody has to be accountable for their actions within the workplace, and that's no different to a judge.
I know we have to go. Last one, 10 seconds. Is there any chance, the one I'm most looking forward to, Taylor Serrano, is there any chance it's 3-minute rounds? Any chance this happens or no chance?
No, that fight is contracted at 2-minute rounds. And look, we look to evolve. I don't think we need to evolve in that fight because I feel like we've come so far within that time frame. You know, we talk about also females are saying, you know, once the rounds get longer, we also want more money, you know, all this kind of stuff. And we're not looking to duck out of that conversation. But a deal is done in place for April 30th for the standard duration of rounds, and that's how it will be for that fight. And we look forward to, you know, already well through 10,000 tickets for that. We hope to fill up the garden, and obviously you're involved as well, I hear, on a few little upcoming shows. And
I haven't said that to anyone. You're breaking the news.
Okay, well, I'll just break you the good news now, Ariel, to be honest with you. You know, I hope you get paid well, because apparently the deal's already done. So, you know, if not, fire your agent.
What am I doing?
Whatever you want to do.
Oh,
so
wow. I have free reign?
I'm hearing through Jake Paul and Most Valuable that we're looking to do some kind of sit down with Ariel and the two girls as well. So,
and I believe you and Jake, right?
You know, my friend.
I believe you and
Me
Jake.
and Jake, we're ready. We're ready. You know, hopefully, probably a big wager on the fight as well. I can't wait. You know, it's a real 50-50 fight. A pivotal moment for the sport.
Well, they said big deal, big fight, New York City, Big Apple. You bring the big nose, you bring Helwani. So I'm happy to do it. I'm happy to do it.
I want to see you more involved with boxing, Ariel.
I would like to be as well. Let me know.
Good.
Your people, call my people. Thank you so much. May 7th, what a stretch for you guys. Unbelievable stretch. April 30th, May 7th, Canelo pay-per-view. Congrats on getting him back in the stable, and appreciate you, as always, doing this, Eddie. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ariel. Take care, mate.
All right, there he is, the one and only Eddie Hearn, one of the absolute best when it comes to promoting, and that was a lot of fun. So can we get the counter up? Maybe New York Rickin. So we have Tyson Fury, we have Saul Canelo Alvarez, and we've got Eddie Hearn. But what about the judges? What do they think? What do they think? And yes, he just broke that news. I'm going to be doing the face-to-face before Taylor Serrano for DAZN. I'm very excited about that. And it will be with Katie Taylor and Amanda Serrano, and I'll be doing one with Jake Paul and Eddie Hearn. How about that? That's going to be fun, the week of the fight. Taylor, Serrano, Helwani in the middle, Hearn, Paul, Helwani in the middle. Breaking news. That's worth breaking news. That was mid-breaking news.
Yeah, we were already doing it. I don't know.
That's weird. That was like mid-song.
Yeah.
That was weird. Can we do it again properly?
Of course. Here we go.
I just wanted to make sure it worked. That was fun. How about that? Should we just change the name of the show to The Boxing Hour and just piss everyone off? Okay, so now we've talked to all the big dogs. We talked to Canelo, we talked to Dan Lambert, we talked to Eddie, we talked to Tyson. We now know that April 20th. By the way, I got to tell you guys, another thing, like if you like the drama and you like all that other stuff, you are missing out on a lot when it comes to the world of boxing. There's a press conference and the dude isn't showing up, and now he's talking about, you know, the jet and the escrow. Like, this is high drama. And we're talking about big dollars here. 8 million, 32 million. This is great. The drama is amazing. Oh, hey, you want to put on the press conference? Purse bids, all this stuff, TV contracts. Man, I love it. Tremendous. You don't have this kind of drama in pro wrestling. They can't even script this. Fun stuff. All right, I'll answer some questions on the back end. For now, though, let's say hello to GC, shall we? I already did the ad read. Yeah. It's a different kind of show. Different kind of show. Had to be flexible, had to roll. Were you in the bathroom or something? Did I catch you off guard?
Yeah, no, you did catch me off guard.
Why? I mean, I said after Eddie.
I typically expect the ad read. So yeah, didn't have that nice buffer zone.
Sorry, but we did the ad read.
I want to fight
Had a piece of gum in my mouth. It's,
Oh, that was weird. You gotta be ready.
I had to get rid of it.
Oh, a fun day, right?
Yeah,
I
man.
like that. I like that it was like not as structured, that people were just flying at us. Oh, we got Frank in the ear. He's telling me. I mean, I like that stuff. Frank, by the way, I liked you in the ear. I mean, I thought the volume was a little high in the air. At first, I was like, oh, geez, I wasn't expecting that.
I saw you jump. I saw you jump that. You were like, okay, yeah. It was like,
Well, I was like,
I don't know if you were responding to Canelo or to Frank when you said okay.
well, Frank is like, Ariel, we need to. I was like, geez, man. I mean, usually the producer is like, hey, Ariel, 3 minutes to go.
Took you back to your hard out days back at
Oh, my
ESPN
God.
Radio. I heard that 10 seconds. That was a classic radio move.
Oh, the worst.
Last question, 10
The
seconds.
worst. You know what was the worst? Having Steve-O, who I love, but is very long-winded. Steve-O is very long-winded. On what I learned about ESPN Radio over time was there's certain blocks that have hard outs, and there are certain blocks that don't have hard outs, right?
Yeah,
So-
top and bottom of the hour.
Yes. So you can't book a long-winded guy on the hard out block.
Yeah.
There are other blocks where you can go 13 minutes, 14 minutes, right?
Exactly.
kid
This
wants to
particular
become
block,
an
I was
adventurer.
stupid, and I booked Steve-O for the hard out.
Yeah.
They
I'll
cut him
spread the
off
news among the
mid-answer.
Yeah, I mean, the commercial fires whether you want it to or not. There's nothing you can do about it.
I was so embarrassed. I was like, oh,
man.
Steve-O, he's a freaking legend. He doesn't have to be doing this interview, and we're cutting him off.
Yeah, 6-minute interview. That
I know.
Canelo interview would have been perfect for
That Canelo interview would have been perfect. Absolutely perfect. That might be the Canelo interview might be the shortest interview in the history of the show. By the way, not me complaining. Great to talk to him. I have a ton of respect for him. I'm a big fan. Watch all his fights. But that might have been the shortest interview in the history.
Yeah, no, they kept it moving. Kept it moving. Fred runs a tight ship.
Fred, hey, I love Fred. Shout out to Fred over
Are
at the
you
Zone.
kidding?
Legend.
course.
All right, so fun day, but let's turn our attention back for all the hardcores out there. Let's turn our attention back to 272. It is happening this Saturday. What do we got? What are we feeling? What do we got?
Yeah, man.
I feel like Mike
Pay-per-view
Brown
card.
and Dan Lambert may have swayed you.
I don't think so.
All right, okay.
I don't think so. I don't think so. I mean, if you're playing Masvidal, how is it for you? Masvidal?
Jorge Masvidal.
The
Masvidal.
fans seem to love that.
They love it.
They love him.
Do they love it or do they hate it? I'm not quite sure. It's a
I think
mix.
they love it.
They
I
love
think
it?
you should
All right.
keep it up.
Okay, fair enough.
That and,
Even though every time he comes
a
on, he
diss
tells me,
on-
yeah. Well, a diss on you, correct.
That's actually a correct.
Yeah.
That is a correct one, even though people don't think it is. Yeah, no, I'm gonna ride with Covington, but I can get into that in a second.
Okay, you're building up to it. You like to build
Build
up.
it up. Yeah, I like to go in the order of the
I know.
card that the
I
books
actually
go.
disagree, by the way.
Oh, you think I should just throw them out?
No, I think you should go with the main event first and work your way down.
Well, we can start that next week
All right, fine.
because I've already,
No, I know
set
you
up all the
built-
graphics and everything. Yeah, so let's start with some singles.
I'm
Let's
just going to
start,
sit back and enjoy this because I'm tired. I have to
Yeah, they got
exhausted.
the headaches coming in.
headache, everything. It's a mess.
Yeah.
Okay,
No,
go ahead. It's your
yeah,
time.
let's let it rip. All right, first single. I got 5 singles for you. We will start. Ludovic Klein, Devontae Smith. I'm going to take this one. Fight does not go the distance at -130. This is very similar to the Terrence McKinney fight last week. I felt like this was just a really good line. I got it as soon as it came out. This line is not available anymore. I'm sorry. It's definitely not available on DraftKings. I think it's -225 on DraftKings now. It's the same thing as McKinney. 14 pro fights for Devontae Smith, 14 finishes, winner, loss, knocked out in all 3 of his losses, 10 knockout wins. I mean, he's got knockout power. His opponent, Ludovic Klein, he is also a finisher. 21 pro fights, 19 have not gone to a decision. Both guys are aggressive. Both have finishing capabilities, but also both of them have been finished. So at -130, and they've had 35 combined pro fights between them, and 33 have not gone to a decision. That's 94% of their fights. I will take that at -130.
Now, what is it now? You said
At
the-
DraftKings, it's -225. I got this
Wow.
one. This was like, it was almost exactly what happened last week with the Terrence McKinney fight. I got that one at -110. Ended in the first round. I told Rick about it at lunch on Monday. I was like, I see this line at other books, and if it comes out to a book that's available to me, I will snag it as soon as
Wow.
it comes out. Yeah, so
And when was this when you got this -130?
Monday evening or Tuesday
Oh, wow.
morning.
So it's changed in 2 days.
It changed like within hours of me taking it.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So I grabbed
Okay.
that one. All right, let's keep it rolling. Next one up, I will take Marina Rodriguez by decision.
Oh, yeah. This is
I'm
a
gonna
big
take
fight.
him-
Flying under the radar.
That's what I'm saying. I kind of wish this one was on the main card. I think
know.
it's going to be a really great fight. I think it's going to stay on the feet.
Put this on the main card. Get rid of the Hardy fight. I mean, golly.
I agree.
Enough
I agree,
already.
man. The Hardy always finds
Enough
his way on the
already.
main card.
Jesus Christ.
They really want it to be a thing. I guess I kind of feel like people like sometimes tune in to like watch the guy lose.
But we saw it.
like-
We saw him get knocked out. Like, you saw it. It's,
I agree.
It's done.
I agree. I wish this is a title eliminator fight, in my opinion, in the
Potentially.
strawweight
Yeah.
division. I think this could be, and I think it's going to stay on the feet. I mean, Marina has looked fantastic in her last 3 fights. She KO'd Amanda Hebus, went 25 minutes with Michelle Watterson and Mackenzie Dern. 144 significant strikes and 125 in both of those respectively. And I think this is actually going to be Jan's toughest test in terms of striking. I know Esparza last time out, obviously a tough test in the wrestling. But I don't really think the ground game is going to come into play in this one. I think it's just going to be a standing, technical battle. And I do think that Marina is more technical in the striking than Jan is. And I do think it goes 15 minutes. I mean, both of these have shown durability. I know Marina has a little bit of that KO power. She's knocked people out before, but after seeing her go 25 minutes with Dern and Watterson landing a ton of strikes, I'm not really going to bank on that. So I do think this one goes 15 minutes. I think it goes to a decision. I think it's going to be close. So I don't really love Marina at the minus 250 price tag. So thinking it goes to a decision, I'll take the plus money at plus 110. I think Marina gets it done 29-28.
It's a big fight.
Big fight, man. I'm looking forward to it. That's
a good breakdown. And I do agree with the pick, by the way.
Look at this picture in picture.
Yeah, I was actually just sitting there admiring it. Yeah.
That's
Nice.
good, man. Shout out to you.
Yeah.
Next single up.
Also interesting that I'm actually a little bit surprised that I missed it. What was it? Plus what?
Plus 110 for decision.
Yeah.
This is one of those ones where like it's a super weird bet, but like sometimes books will drop like total significant strikes, like an over under on that.
They will? Wow.
Yeah, I've seen people bet that before. I honestly looked into that. I haven't found it yet. If it drops somewhere, I might take that. I could see both women landing over 100 significant strikes. They both
DraftKings and stuff like that?
I don't know, because I've never bet it before. So
those are fun. I like those prop bets.
yeah, they get weird. I actually got a weird one later
cool.
on. We'll get to it. Next one up, Kevin Holland. This is another one.
What do we got?
I took this one on a Sunday.
Money line.
Yeah, I took this one on Sunday at minus 225. It has now been juiced like crazy. I guess no one is giving Cowboy a chance.
What is it?
Like over 300 now.
Wow.
As big as like minus 330 at some books. There's going to be first fight at welterweight for Kevin Holland. I think if the weight cut goes well, I mean, you said earlier in the show he's at 180 right now.
Yep.
Hopefully he's not going to have too
feeling
many
good. Had
problems.
breakfast. No problem.
That's what I like to hear. I think if it goes well for him, I think he's going to be at a huge advantage. He's going to be 5 years younger, 4-inch height advantage, 5-inch reach advantage. Against the guy in Cowboy Oliveira, he's lost 3 straight, 6 of his last 8. Kind of have to believe that his best days are behind him. And to beat Kevin Holland, I feel like you sort of need to be, advanced at wrestling and grappling. We saw it in the Derek Brunson fight. We saw it in the Marvin Vettori fight. And I just don't think Cowboy's at that level. I think Holland's going to have the massive advantage in the striking game, especially at range. And I think he, probably finishes Cowboy Oliveira at some point in the fight.
Just wanted to add one thing. I know you meant this, but there's a lot of people like. To be clear,
A lot
first.
of the mocking voice today.
Yeah, a lot of it. I mean, I just, sometimes you wake up. First UFC welterweight fight. He has fought a welterweight back in the day in his career, but you said first. He has fought a welterweight before, but
I said first welterweight, so I was wrong. This is a good.
oh, I thought you were referring
I
to
did mean
first.
UFC.
Yeah.
I meant but
I'm saying no. In UFC, never welterweight, but back in the early days of his career, to be exact, the first welterweight fight I think was LFA 13. You love LFA. June.
shout out to LFA.
2007.
Back in the early days.
Against Curtis Millender, former UFC fighter. Yeah, I like that one too.
LFA 13. This is off the beaten path, but when I was doing my research, Masvidal, Bellator 1. He headlined that.
Oh, yeah.
I did not know that until I dug a little deeper.
Oh man, Masvidal. I mean, there's a very famous moment in his Bellator career. He fought a guy named Toby Yamada and was reverse triangled. It's one of the greatest finishes I've ever seen. And I mean, it was so long ago now, probably at this point, 2009. So I'm guessing, I'm going to say like 13 years ago. And I actually went to ATT. The video is up there somewhere in the YouTube archives right after that fight, and talking to him about the loss and everything like that. And like, Masvidal was on track to just being like one of those opponents where he kind of wins a couple, loses a couple, wins a couple, like, and Lambert nailed it. Like, he was split decision Masvidal. Every fight was a split decision, either one way or the other. Never got out of that next gear, never quite, felt like he was living up to his expectations. And then of course he goes on that reality show and everything changes in 2019. So Yeah, Masvidal was one of actually early days of Bellator. They focused a lot on some of those, you know, Latin fighters, Latino fighters who have backgrounds either in Mexico, not in Mexico, Miami, because they were on Deportes. Their first year, they were on Deportes. And actually, you know who their English play-by-play guy was?
John Anik.
John Anik.
I heard that somewhere this week.
Yeah.
Like someone tweeted that or something.
Yeah, Anik was the first play-by-play guy for.
That's crazy.
Bellator.
It's crazy.
Yeah.
That was only like 10 years ago too. Like,
Yeah, not that long ago.
Changed.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Back to the picks.
Yes. Back.
Bryce Mitchell. Next one I'm
Oh,
taking.
here we go. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, hold on to your butts.
I mean, I am gonna be holding on to the butts. He just dropped the camo shorts.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, I mean, this is a huge step up in competition for Bryce Mitchell here. I mean, honestly, I think if he loses, Edson could potentially make this look pretty easy. I mean, because he's either going to knock him out or he's just going to pick him apart on the feet. But if Bryce wins, which I do think he can, he clearly has to wrestle. The game plan, it's crystal clear. Pressure him from the jump. Do not stand at him with range. Take him to the ground and just grind on him. I was going back through Edson Barboza's fights. I watched some of his older ones. I'm not even going to mention the Khabib one because it was against Khabib. But the fight after that, the Kevin Lee fight, I mean, Kevin Lee dominated rounds by controlling, using big ground strikes, just mauling him. But when he did stand and trade, which what I don't want Bryce Mitchell to do, in the third round, he gets hit with a huge spinning back kick, gets wobbled bad. And that's exactly what we need Bryce to avoid. He just take him to the ground, just grind on him the entire time, just maul him, work it out, submission, decision. Just don't stand and trade, just wrestle. I think he's aware that the game plan is to wrestle, so hopefully that's what he does. So I'm banking on that to get him to win.
Ask you a question. Where do they come up with minus 146?
Yeah, I thought that was a weird line too.
Like, why is it not 45, 50?
I don't know. Yeah,
How does that even happen?
That's what they posted. It was I took it last week.
So weird to me.
I don't know why it was posted like that.
All right. Big win for Bryce. Would be undefeated
Maybe.
still.
Yeah, maybe.
Be the biggest.
gonna be
player
dicey.
by far. Also, hasn't fought in a while.
No. I'm hoping that he's gotten better.
16 months, I think, if my math is correct.
Yeah, Edson's getting a little older. Anytime that they're exchanging on the feet, I'm going to be nervous. There's no doubt about it. But yeah, I'm gonna trust Bryce to get it done using his wrestling.
All right.
Check the weather. That's what he keeps saying. Twister's coming to town. Check the weather.
Yes. Did he post the camo shorts?
Yeah, he posted them during the show.
From Venom.
Pretty good, yeah. Look pretty good. Look pretty slick.
All right.
All right, next up. This is the interesting prop here. Colby Covington, minus 5.5 points.
What does that mean?
Yeah, so this is the first time I've ever done this before. DraftKings does not currently offer this. I don't know if they're going to offer it closer to the line, but I think they should get involved in these crazy props. So minus 5.5. So if it goes to a decision, you add up all the judges' scorecards, and he has to win by 6 or more points.
He has to win by. Oh, wow.
So like,
I've never seen that before.
this is the first time I've ever done it.
Is this a common thing?
It's becoming more common.
Wait,
Peter Crick, big fan of these.
Really?
He's the one that planted the idea in my mind.
So what you're saying is he's going to win 50 to 45?
No.
No, 50 to 44.
No. So
No.
you get all 3 scorecards. So like, let's say it's 49-46, 49-46, 48-47. That would be a win.
Gotcha.
That would be 7.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
That's fun.
Yeah, and if he gets a finish, then you also win as well. Obviously.
You do?
Yes. Yeah.
Oh, that's not bad.
So you're cutting some money off it. So basically, what I'm thinking is that he's going to win like a pretty dominant decision.
Yeah.
Basically, cut the price in half from like minus 330 to minus 165.
Wow, that is fun. Rick told me he used this to win the final Rick's picks back in the day. He took Jones minus 5.5. What Jones fight was that? Was that the Chael fight? I don't know. Wow.
Yeah, we talked about it on Monday. I mean, if you look at Colby's decisions, like he wins a lot of dominating decisions. I mean, in this one, I just, if you look away from the Kamaru Usman fights, if you go to his last 6 fights, not against Kamaru Usman, he got a combined 40 takedowns and 52 minutes of control time over the course of 6 fights. Clearly, the wrestling is a strong suit. That's what he needs to go back to in this one. That's what I'm hoping he's going to do. Drown Jorge out for 5 rounds. I think That's going to be the game plan from him. We've seen Jorge struggle a little bit with grapplers, Usman, Damian Maya, Benson Henderson. Obviously not Askren, but Askren didn't really get to do anything in that fight. So yeah, I think both these guys have shown their ability. I think this one is probably going to go long. You know, I would not be surprised at all if it did go to decision. I think if it does go to decision, that Colby's going to be able to win it, you know, pretty handily here. So I'll take the -5.5 to cut the price in half.
Frank, we get the.
Oh, here we go.
EK's birthday today, our old
Yes,
friend. Come
yes.
on. I thought you were going to do something for him.
Ah, man, I should have. Yeah, I feel bad. I sent him a DM on Twitter.
A hat, a cupcake, a candle. Oh.
Here we go. Hats all around.
Wow. Wait, is that a Happy New Year?
I mean, we can ignore that.
Yeah. No, that's good. You see, I mean, that's all really that he wanted.
We're always ready.
Yeah. There you go. That's better. All right.
Shout out to EK. Happy birthday, EK. Is it someone else's birthday? I don't know why I felt like it was more than one person's birthday.
Today?
Yeah, I could be wrong though.
I don't know.
All right, so those were the singles. We just went over those. Parlays.
Okay.
These will be quick because they're kind of overlapping. First one up. I took this one a couple weeks ago. I really invested kind of early into this card. So I got Umar at a decent price in this one. I also had Fiore on these as well, but we lost that, which kind of stinks. So this doesn't pay out nearly as well. It's Umar and Covington. I just explained Covington. For Umar, I mean, he's got the age advantage. He's got the size advantage. He's got the skill advantage. I think he's going to be more aggressive. My only concern really is the knee that he's coming off of and the experience gap between him and Kelleher, but I just think he gets this one done. I mean, the price reflects it as well. I mean, he's as big as like -650, -700 at some books. I think Umar gets it done there. So that one pays out. Yeah, tough fight, but I do think he gets it done. That one pays out 176. The next one up, I'm adding Holland to it. Same one, just adding Holland to it. And then the third and final one, I will add Tagir to that. You know, if we want to play some levels here, we don't want copyright infringement. Shout out to Cody Safdie. We play that. Tagir.
Why is this a copyright?
No, I'm just messing.
Oh, okay.
I'm just messing. It's all in good fun.
No, but like, what is this a thing that he does?
Yeah, but I mean, not even to this level. This is a very minute level. I was really hoping to just say that one and just keep.
Okay, sorry, my bad. Okay.
I just wanted to give a shout out.
Sorry, my bad.
The shout out is deserved. I mean, he's the king of it, so.
King of what though? That's what I'm asking.
He does like stacked leveled parlays, and he's very good at that.
All right.
That's what I did with the Bellator. People called me on it.
Whatever.
We'll own up. But yeah, Tagir here. Tagir here could get dicey. I mean, Tim Elliott, his aggressiveness worries me. Tagir's passiveness, I just think in the last fight doesn't exactly exude confidence. But I think coming into this one that he needs to step it up. He's training out of AK. He's obviously with Khabib Islam. I think he will be more aggressive. He's still pretty young, just turned 30 recently. I think he makes another step. Tim Elliott, he's not a bum, but he's also not a world beater. So yeah, so all three of those parlays basically levels to them. If Umar or Colby lose, it's not going to be a great day at the office. If Umar loses, it's really not going to be a great day because I'm also finishing off that Islam Umar parlay from last week. So yeah. And then last but not least, the prop parlay. Spivak Hardy doesn't go the distance. I just think Hardy's kill or be killed. Covington Masvidal over 1.5. I just see that one going long. So
I agree.
That one pays out -131. Those are the plays for UFC 272.
And now time for our PFL Challengers plays.
Women's lightweight.
Yeah.
Women's lightweight should
What
be
do
a
we
good
got?
meet.
155.
155ers.
Kayla,
I mean, you got
get excited, Kayla. You got some fresh meat. Nothing else.
No, I'm just playing UFC.
Yeah.
It was a lot last week. I was really manning the remote.
Yeah, it was a lot. By the way, Dustin Poirier hot sauce. That's a new addition.
Yeah, you didn't notice it on Monday.
I didn't. I like it.
It was kind of an ode to Louisiana.
Because of DC?
It was Mardi Gras.
Oh, crap. Okay. Yeah, that's right. All right, well, I like it. Great plays all around.
Hopefully.
Let me see if any stick out for me. Should I give, I tend to look at these later in the week.
Go ahead and take a look.
Yeah.
Call me on anything.
That's right.
Yeah, but if Umar loses, don't expect me at work on Monday. So.
You're done? By the way, what about the fact that Brian Kelleher is trying to. First, he tried to walk out to like a peace flag. They didn't let him do that.
Yeah, no, well, no, it was Ukraine. They didn't let him do that.
Oh,
And it was the peace flag.
Peace flag, yeah.
And they won't let him do that either.
Kind of weird, but I guess they just don't want to get involved.
Yeah.
I'm looking for
Kelleher, man. He's a.
He's
We need a
interesting cat.
Kelleher Bryce Mitchell.
No, he won't do it.
Oh.
He won't do it. Remember, I told you, didn't I mention this? He asked for money.
Kelleher upset stomach last time around for the walkouts.
Yeah. No, but Bryce Mitchell, capitalist.
Oh, Bryce Mitchell wouldn't do it. I thought
Mitchell asked for money. Mitchell, the capitalist, asked for money. Those damn capitalists. Colby, Masvidal, Mitchell. You didn't touch RDA, huh?
I'm working my way around to it. I don't know. The price is dropping, so I'm not really missing out on anything. I think he's like
RDA minus 165.
Yeah. I don't know, man.
Jalen.
Is that the hell wanting tip of the week?
Not yet. Not yet. Ooh, interesting. Marina Moroz? No. Yeah. Oh, Keller's the biggest underdog, huh?
Yeah. I mean, yeah. I kind of got locked up just firing off parlays a couple weeks back. So
Jamie Malarkey plus 135.
Malarkey's my guy. Last time out, he got that inside the distance at plus 250.
Right. But no love for him.
I don't know, man. It's tough to.
All right.
Mega Morano, that's another dog that I'm trying to get around on against Nchekwu.
Yeah. Kennedy.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely a couple good dogs on this one. I wouldn't be surprised if,
I really want to know. They should do a prop bet on pay-per-view buys. What does this do, pay-per-view buys? Why?
Yeah. I don't know. You think it's going to be a rough one?
No, I actually think it's going to do pretty well. I think by the time Saturday rolls around, people love a grudge match. Not a ton going on in sports, right? I mean, there's like college basketball, but it's not really. It's like not the tournament. There's no football. Baseball's crapping the bed. I mean, could you believe these idiots? Told you it was going to happen. Not that there would be any baseball on March 5th anyway, other than spring training. But I actually think it's going to do well.
Shut down the league. No more games ever. Braves finish World Series champs. That's it.
All right. Well, good luck to you. God bless.
Thank you, sir. I need it.
And we shall check back in with GC on Monday. I'll wrap up the questions, answer a few more of these, and then we shall say goodbye. How about that? Should we get the counter back up? I don't know what we were at. That's the thing. I'll just keep going. Is that okay? Should we do the music again? What should we do? I think we can just keep going, right?
It's time for
we're gonna do music. All right, cool.
Q&A, MMA
Yeah.
fans. Ladies and gentlemen, the moment has arrived to hear from the man himself.
Yes, that's me.
Ariel Helwani. Live from the Box Studios in beautiful New York City, it's On the Nose.
Yes.
And now, to answer your questions, get out of your seats and on your feet because here he is, Ariel Helwani.
Yesterday's price is not today's price. By the way, is Fat Joe the one who actually came up with that line? Is that a real thing? I see a lot of people quoting that these days. Do you know, Frank?
I don't know.
Yesterday's price is not today's price. Yeah, I think it is from Fat Joe. Interesting. Remember, no autographs as of October 20th. Nothing. Not signing anything. Peace and love, peace and love. Persian something. Hello, Ariel. I'm a fellow big noser myself who happens to be Canadian, born living in America. Hello, Maine. I was curious to know if you could please share with us your first paid job ever and whether you liked it or thought it was a goozy. Much love and butt slaps. First paid job ever. First paid job ever? I worked at a summer camp. I was a counselor. Probably the first paid job I had. Worked at a summer camp. Worked at like a textile factory. That did not go well. I lasted like 2 weeks. One of the guys I worked with didn't like me at all. And I was sitting on a chair eating lunch. And I was like rocking back and forth. And he said he hoped that I fell off the chair and broke my head. It's a true story. I worked at a radio station, but I didn't get paid in 2000 before I went to college. Camp counselor was fun. It was all right. It was cool to make money. I was like, wow, here I am. I'm like 15, 16, making $300. Amazing. Zach Payne. Good morning, Ariel. My question this week is, how does the PFL afford everything? Do they have some big-time investor? Yes. Behind the scenes? Yes. They also have a lot of sponsors, but it's the investors. Absolutely. And Zach is asking about, how they give away those millions of dollars. It's, at this point, the investors, a little bit of TV money, a lot of sponsorships. They've got a good sponsorship situation going on. But yes, I also agree. It is a little funky. Like, you're giving away these $1 million contracts to, these prizes at the end to people who don't necessarily deserve it, and not deserve it in terms of like skill, but in terms of drawing power. And you're not really selling tickets as well. That's not going to last forever. This week's handicap hot take for you. The Korean Zombie will KO Volkanovski in April for the title. By the way, we need to start keeping track of these hot takes. Like, you just throw them out, but how many are you getting right? Good day, Ariel from Melbourne, Australia. I've always been curious with your guests or their management. Is there typically a process where you run through question topics pre-interview? No. Second question like this today. Or you just go in completely raw and use your best judgment? Yes. Eric, in an interview this week, Kamaru Usman said something along the lines of, if one guy loses, he'll talk his way into another fight. If the other guy loses, he'll have to do a lot of work to get back into another big-time fight. Megan O'Leary followed up by confirming that the former of the two men he was speaking of was Colby, and he said yes. My question is, do you think that's true?
Where?
In my mind, I think Masvidal is now on the same page as Diaz brothers. Everyone will tune in whether he wins or loses just the same. To a degree, yes. On the other hand, I feel as though Colby can only talk so much until people get tired of it. Sure, doesn't have the same type of charisma, following. Yeah, I don't think, by the way, I don't think any of these guys are getting a title shot with a win. So, Mo Lester, hey Ariel, with everything going on in Ukraine, do you think there will be any negative consequences for Russian fighters? Too early to say, but it is definitely possible. After Islam's most recent wins from Israel D, it sounds like a title fight is next. However, the one fight I could see him taking would be against Conor. Yeah, but honestly, if I'm representing Conor at this point, I'm saying, oh, yes, I got it. Oh, they're doing the old. I'm just not gonna read the names anymore. If you want to do that. If you want to play the games like that, I'll just not read the names. Not that it's, you want to call yourself whatever. I just won't read the names, and everyone will pay the price. How about that? Do you think this is an actual possibility? No, I don't think possible this time. Question for GC. GC, you there? What is your theoretical money line for Khamzat and Kamaru?
Oh, man. You'd have to make Kamaru's face. I guess it all depends on how he looks against Burns. Minus 180 Kamaru, minus 150. If he goes out and dominates Burns, would you be shocked if they made Khamzat the favorite?
Kind of.
And then again, Usman's incredible.
Yeah.
Yeah. Ask me after the Burns. I would say Usman would be the definitive favorite.
What's definitive?
Minus 200.
Right. All right. I can see that.
That guy hit me up on IG to stick around for us. You give me a bad rap, everyone thinks I just leave after on the nuts. Go to the bathroom one time, get caught.
This question here is about Kayla. There seems to be like this misconception that they were going to announce her signing with the UFC if Amanda beat Juliana. That was never going to happen. It was never going to happen. Shalom Ariel, going into 2022, who do you think the next champion to fall is going to be? Not including Aljamain Sterling. Golly, no respect for Aljo? I don't like those questions, because then I'm picking against someone and it's not my thing. Side question, are there any open positions amongst the podcast that I can help out with? Need a change. Huge fan, be the hell on. You got anything for him, Frank, GC, Alex? Anyone got any openings? I get a lot of questions about internships, but I don't know if we do that sort of thing. Yeah, Alex, you got any intern spots open? Is that shaking yes or no? Okay, this is like hey Ariel, you're the GOAT. Shout out to G City 272. G City really sticking around. I like it.
Yeah, I kind of like the GC and G City.
Yeah.
T City.
Oh, right. 272 is going to be crazy. I can't wait. Hopefully Colby the Cringe get KO'd for the culture, but I want to ask you about what's next for Sean O'Malley. He posted about hearing that 274 will be in Arizona where he lives. I just want to ask you, I want to see him against Yanez, sign me up. Yanez, May. Wait, May? Yes, May, Arizona. Ariel, just want to say thanks for all your stories about your anxiety at your time at Q's. I'm a Canadian international student in the UK playing rugby, and I've dealt with some seriously anxious moments. Your show's the one thing that brings me peace, man. I appreciate you big time, and this message doesn't do it justice. Thug knows you're a freaking beauty, bro. All the best. Your pal, Liam. Respect, Liam. And hang in there. Better days are ahead. You'll feel lonely. I'm sure I know to a degree what you are feeling, but better days are ahead. I promise you. Oh, how about this? You're the loudest voice in MMA when it comes to sounding off in favor of open scoring. Yes, I'm also the right voice. And all the time you've talked about it, you've neglected what's perhaps the biggest reason against open scoring. Oh, I can't wait for this. Is it about their feelings? I'm shocked no one has brought it up. Simply put, open scoring would allow for corrupt judges to play kingmaker, and there'd be no way to prove said corruption. If Judge 1 scores rounds 1 and 2 for Fighter A, and Judge 2 scores rounds 1 and 2 for Fighter B, a Judge 3 who scored 1 for A and 2 for B essentially gets... Nah, get out of here with this nonsense, okay? Just stop it with this nonsense. Enough already. Just try it. Enough of your stupid fakakta reasons as to why this is not going to work. Try it, okay? Try it. By the way, I like the 4-8 thing. That's a boxing thing. But just try it. By the way, give me one. Give it to me once after round 2, and in a title fight or 5-round fight, give it to me after round 3. How about that?
There are matters that need your approval. You can go check them in the office.
Judge A, Judge B, Judge C, Judge D. Hey, Big Papi, I've got an April Fool's Day idea that could ruffle some feathers. What are your thoughts about bamboozling people? Bamboozling people and saying that I believe that Henry is the GOAT over GSP. I mean, I would just be ridiculed and laughed at. This next question is asking me about my favorite type of egg. Egg preparation. Scrambled, fried, poached, or boiled. Or Benedict. Well, I guess poached would be on top of Benedict. What do you say, Frank? What's your favorite kind of egg?
I like fried.
Yeah. What about you, GC?
I used to be fried. I'm coming around to scrambled, though.
I always feel sort of like underwhelmed by scrambled.
Gotta know how to make them.
Yeah. Boiled is okay. Poached, a nice Eggs Benedict is okay, but I actually one time saw a thing where they were talking about Eggs Benedict, and they said, don't, like, the sauce. Have you ever heard about this?
The hollandaise sauce?
The hollandaise sauce. Very unhealthy. It's like all this, like, butter. It's like old butter. They melt it, and they put, it's like, don't do it. That's what I heard. So that kind of...
Yeah, I think it's just egg yolk and butter.
In the sauce?
That is the sauce.
I heard it's like really, really old butter. Anyway, I like a good smoked salmon Benedict. Sand sauce. This guy says he thinks that I'm a boiled egg fan and that I probably have one in my pocket. Not sure how to take that. Did you see the UFC London poster that dropped? Man, that poster is whack. I really don't understand. Marketing, it's all bought and paid for, guys. The brand is big. You don't need, these aren't important details right now. Possibility of a Jones-Stipe fight. I guess it's possible, but no talks of it right now. I noticed during Izzy's training camp videos on his YouTube page, he was training a lot of Taekwondo. Watching the fight, I was expecting to use a wider variety of kick combinations. Do you think this was due to the takedown threat? I mean, those videos are very hard. It's like they show you whatever they want to show you. Maybe he put that out there to make Rob think that he was going to do X, Y, and Z, right? Think about how often he's in the gym, how long he's in the gym. They're only going to show you a snippet. It's like when you see those videos of Melo at that gym in New York, and he's hitting like 8 threes in a row. What about all the threes he missed? I don't know why I said Melo. He's always there with that guy, Brickley. You know that guy? I'm sure GC has that guy on his Instagram. You know what I'm talking about? Chris Brickley?
Yes.
great video. Love it. Why hasn't Dustin been made? Nate's contract. Who do you think Jorge and Colby will call up after either of them win? Maybe, I don't know. I guess the Connor thing, maybe. I don't know. Haven't thought of it. Greetings, Ariel. What do you think of a card in Mexico with Yair Ortega, Moreno Figgy, Aldana Home, Grasso Maya? Sign me up. Oh, this is fun. Another week, another star-studded lineup. Thanks to you. I was wondering what it felt like when you get the text back from Canelo's managers agreeing to the interview. Was this before or after Tyson and Eddie agreed to come back on the show? Lastly, what was the most surprised you've been by a proposed guest agreeing to be interviewed by you? Well, that was all Fred from DAZN. He was tremendous. I will admit there was a part of me that was like, oh, if they find out that they're on the same show as Tyson, or Tyson finds out the same show as Eddie, will they be upset? Not a peep. Evan at Top Rank was huge. I mean, this is the thing, you know. Do you talk about these things? Do you not? It's just like, it's a pleasure to work with people who are appreciative of the platform, who want to have the guys on. Meanwhile, the sport that we talk about 98% of the day, you know, they treat us like, you know, we're outcasts, and that's fine. I'm totally fine with that. But I won't lie. It's nice to be, you know, it's nice to be treated like a pro with you know, some respect. So it was a great feeling. I was surprised Logan Paul did the show, and I was surprised how easy it was for him, you know, to do it. Like, it was just like, I sent him a message, he responded like 30 minutes later, and his assistant reached out. You know, the chase is fun. The worrying after, like, are they gonna come on? Are they gonna be late? And you see, like, everyone comes on, everyone's relatively on time. The chase is fun. Like, I love throwing out like Hail Marys, and then, you know, every so often they hit. Sometimes they don't. The chase is fun for sure. So it's great. You know, again, people do this for a living, but I enjoy the chase. What is your Mount Rushmore of fighters who never won a belt in the UFC? Oh man, Hendo, Musasi. Now, does Fedor count because he didn't make it to the UFC? Mirko. Does Big not count because he won the interim? I'm going to say he doesn't count. I'll go with those four. Trying to think. Probably those four. I feel underwhelmed about this weekend's main event. I feel like the winner and loser have no clear moves after this. Who cares? Let's just see how it all kind of plays out. Do you feel this one is missing the mark a bit? I won't say it's missing the mark. I'll just say, like, I feel like it's happening 2 years too late. That's my main issue. Remember, they're both coming off multiple losses. Knockout loss, Jorge. I just feel like it's like a tad too late. But could be wrong. Longtime fan, first-time contributor. I've noticed that most journalists do not show emotions, reactions while on camera. Example, while interviewing a guest, they tend to avoid nodding, shaking head, blah, blah. Is this something that is taught? No. I don't like when people interview someone, they go, Now, I do it sometimes. Yep. I hate when people interrupt. And sometimes when you do these Zoom interviews, like, you try to, you know, it happened a couple times with Tyson. I try to predict when they're going to end, and then you jump in so it keeps rolling. Sometimes it's better to just leave that beat, but you don't want that awkward pause. These are just things that you learn over time with reps. But the worst is an interview where the person is continuously interrupting, interjecting, giving their opinion, not actually asking questions, or asking 9 questions in 1 question. These are things that drive me nuts. P.S. If you start an MMA promotion, it should be called Juan Championship. Get it? Yes. Also, go Bills. Happy Wednesday, Ariel. You recently, and by the way, I'm not reading the names, so that one dude, you ruined it for everyone. Happy Wednesday, Ariel. You recently highlighted the anniversary of your day in London with Michael Bisping. Videos like that and the Rampage one at Katz's Deli are some of my favorite. Would you be interested in doing more videos like that? Yes, for sure. Maybe Liverpool with Till and Molly. Sure. Stockton with Diaz Brothers. Sure. Athens, Georgia with GC and Jed. Wow. How much do you pay that guy to say that? Going to my first event in Columbus later this month. Enjoy. Obviously going to watch every single fight, but I'm sure we'll be away from our seats sometime within the 6-ish hours. Might be an odd question, but what are some things I should look for, or experiences that I shouldn't miss while I'm there? Well, sometimes they have things like, you know, in the, in the corridors and whatnot, concourse. But honestly, most of the fun is going to be at your seat in the arena. Sometimes they have things outside, but I doubt in March they're going to be doing that in Columbus. Favorite segment of the week, 2 questions. Who's the most famous person you have in your phone? Wow. The Rock? Does that one count? I guess The Rock, yeah. GC, does your gambling prowess extend beyond sports? Are you a big Vegas or AC guy with card games or dice games?
No. I play like, if I lose $50 in a casino, I'm done for the night.
Really?
Yeah, now, I don't know why I love sports betting, just never gotten into the casino.
Now, but what about like sports in the casino?
I mean, yeah, going to a sports book, like placing it live, getting the actual paper ticket.
Yeah.
That's fun.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, for sure, yeah. I like watching my friends play in casinos.
You just like to be a voyeur.
Yeah, Montreal Casino.
Oh, yeah.
Virtual horses. That was some real degenerate stuff, but that was a good time that I had one time.
That is a fun one. I've been there a couple times. Used to have a yellow shirt from there. Before I ask a question, just want to say thank you for all that you do. Your work has been the source of much enjoyment for many a year. I used to listen to you on the way to from university classes, and now I listen to you during my commutes to work. Thank you. You somehow managed to make an hour-long drive feel like 5 minutes. Thank you. I will always remember, I guess, getting the chance to meet you after the 193 open workouts. Wow, second person that mentions it. Now to the important stuff. I have a very serious question. Would you rather have to surrender your phone for 3 months, or do a shooey from a random person every day for a year? 100% the 3 months. 100%. Like, not even a question. Hi, Ariel. Is mensch a word only used for men? No. And if so, is there an equivalent word for women in Yiddish? There might be, but I would just say mensch. Asking because I contacted Roxanne Modafferi about submitting her writing to Clinch, my literary magazine, and wanted to call her mensch, but decided against it in fear of misusing the word or offending her. Nah. Go for it. Any fear we have, we are a Shemaiah finish away from Leon getting hopped for the title again. No. Hey, Ariel, what's your thoughts on a potential Sean Brady versus Khamzat matchup? I'm down, but I think Brady's a little further back than Khamzat at the moment. Good morning, Ariel. Your interview with Logan got me thinking. If you had to pick one current UFC champ and one past champ to be U.S. president, who would you pick? Normal rules don't apply. I'd go with DC. And current UFC champ? Honestly, I'd go with... Well, do they have to be American-born? I'm going to say no. I'm going to go with Francis Ngannou. How about that? That's what I'm going with. Any chance Nate Dustin headlines in the summer? Maybe the July 30th one. Shalom, Lord Hiawani. I'm a lifelong resident of downstate New York, Sullivan County, and every summer there's an influx of Jewish visitors from New York City, Long Island, and New Jersey. As a proud Jewish New Yorker yourself, have you and or your family ever spent time in the Catskills? No. Driven by it, but never spent. But I'd like to. Hey, Ariel. Great interview with Logan Paul. I saw a side of him I've never seen before, and you turned me into a fan. Wow, thanks. He mentioned that he can't look at his old YouTube videos prior to his incident in Japan. I have a feeling I know where you're going with this. And I wondered if you also have a line in the sand with your catalog that you cringe at when you're looking back on. Do you ever watch old episodes? It's hard for me to watch last week's episodes, let alone ones from 10 years ago. So I understand where he's coming from. Now, for me, it's just like you see yourself, I don't necessarily cringe. I'm just so critical of myself that it's hard for me. His stuff is like, you know, it's hard to watch because he's so out there. But I totally understand that. That being said, I won't watch today's show. It's just hard for me. It's really hard. It's hard for me to listen. I was listening to my wife wanted to listen to the Steve-O interview yesterday, and I just couldn't listen to it. Like 2 minutes in, I'm like, all right, I've had enough of this. I can't do it. I don't know why. Ariel, tell your Hogan's heel turns. Oh, your Hogan hurt. Ariel, tell your Hogan turns heel story and how'd you react? I was not watching live. I wasn't watching wrestling that closely back then, and I certainly wasn't watching WCW. Afterwards I did, but I wasn't watching live. I thought it was brilliant. I always wanted to see John Cena turn heel. Always thought that would be fun, but I guess the merch was too great, but I always thought Cena heel would be amazing. Question for you. Have you ever heard of the rappers West Side Gun, Conway the Machine, or Benny the Butcher? Benny the Butcher, huge Bills fan. So yes, I've heard of them. I feel like they'd be incredible guests to get on together for your standalone channel as they're from Buffalo. Yeah, Benny the Butcher. And never miss a WWE or AEW event. All right, thank you. Hello, Ariel. If Khamzat and Colby both win, do you think they'll face each other? It's not a bad shout, but the problem is if Colby wins and then beats Khamzat, you're left with Colby as #1 contender again. What are your thoughts on Kayla Harrison more than likely signing with PFL? I was hoping she'd go to Bellator, not because I'm anti-PFL. I just wanted to see the new matchups there and wanted to see her versus Cyborg. I just think that it's the same old. If maybe they could do 145 for Kayla this year, but I think it's too late for that. My new hope is PFL signs Cyborg and we get that fight over there. That's my new hope. Ariel, huge fan. Fellow Newhouse grad, I have a question about UFC contracts. When a fighter signs a 5-fight contract, do they get the same amount for all 5 fights? No, it usually goes up a little bit, depending on where they're at, but it usually goes up. Also, reminder, you could get cut after 1, you could renegotiate after 1. So, if you lose, you could get cut. If you win, you can't. Or is that amount, so, no, yeah, so. Ariel, when you first had Volkanovski on the show, he was 3-0 in the UFC with 1 finish. What made you see he was so special at the time? I don't know. I mean, that's why I love doing this show, talking to some of the younger fighters, the up-and-coming fighters. I think that one was actually a pitch, but I'm not going to say I'm like some, great scout here, but I honestly don't remember. How many pay-per-view buys do you predict this card will do? I'm really curious about it. I'm going to predict between 5, 7, maybe 6. They've been doing well lately. And again, not a lot of competition this weekend. Hello, Ariel. I finally thought of a question good enough to ask after listening to your show for months. It makes my work days go by much faster, so thank you for that. Could you rank these in order of likelihood of being on your show one day? White, Shab, Abdelaziz. I mean, honestly, I think Shab would come on next week. So I'll put him on first. And then I'll put Ali on next because he's a salesman and eventually this is going to go away, is my prediction. And then I'll put Dana last because he holds the grudge the longest. Hey, Ariel, thanks for everything that you do for the MMA community. I've always kind of watched you from afar. And as time went on, I watched more interviews. I found myself slowly integrating your show into my life and has become a must-watch listen on Mondays and Wednesdays. Thank you. What do you think is a higher chance of happening? Jorge winning by KO or Colby winning by submission? That's a tough one. That's a really tough one. I'll say Jorge by KO. Can't see Corey getting submitted by Colby. Hello, Ariel. 2-part question. I never bought Islam actually stepping in to fight RDA. Good. Who do you think took the misstep in calling out Dos Anjos? I don't know. Islam or management? Who knows? One and the same. When life gets too stressful or overwhelming, what is something or an activity you do to try to relax, de-stress? Viva Hiawani. That's a great question. Probably don't do a good job of that if I'm being honest. I love the weekends. I love going to sports with my kids, like watching them play sports. That's fun because you can kind of like zone in and watch. Love watching them play soccer, flag football, stuff like that. Working out, going for a run helps a lot. Like running to the park, you don't look at your phone. That definitely helps. Going to sleep, but that's at night. But yes, I need to do a better job of that, for sure. Ariel, if you had to make an ultimate MMA fighter, who would you pick for the following attributes to form them? Oh, this is too much. It's too late in the game for that. I don't like those questions where it's like, take this, take this. Like, you're making me think. Just let me give you the goods here. Jezza Q back again. Getting used to this now. Quick observation for me this week. Does New York Rick look like a poor man's Roman Reigns or what? Wow. That's a strong, strong take. Highlight of my week is listening to these shows. Can you give my pal John Millwall Smith a shout out? Respect. Wow. And New York Rick actually responded. Now, is this the actual New York Rick? New York Rick, like deep into the archives, wrote, "I'm the real big dog. That chump wishes." I'm gonna guess it's not New York Rick, but maybe I'm wrong. We shall find out. Do you think the beef between Jorge and Colby is 100% genuine? Yes. I know you have some issues with Rogan. I mean, it's just that one, really. Rightfully so. However, I would love for you to do his podcast. Not up to me, guys. It was New York Rick. That's amazing. Wow. How did you find that? That's incredible. We need to get like one of those things like Baba Booey and Howard where there's the camera and the microphone in his house too, because the delay in him responding on Slack is killing me. How did he find that? How did he find that question in the midst of all these questions? Ariel, how does a listener get immortalized on that famous wall? Haven't really got there yet. Streaking through the octagon? No. Surprise kissing Dana? No. I'm not going to encourage any of that. I appreciate your integrity in covering the sport. Thank you. I was as casual as they come, until I started learning the fighter story through your content. Thank you. Here's a freebie for you to use whenever you see fit. I haven't seen anyone else suggesting this. To support open scoring. The best analogy I can think of is ball strike count in baseball. Can you imagine the 9th inning of the World Series ending on a highly contested strikeout because the ump blew it on a called first strike so the hitter and fans didn't even know he was behind the count? Yes. Respect. Ups to GC for his continued festive spirit. Love the hats, love the decor. How about that? Sounds like Jorge is asking announcers to drop the S in his name. Do you think he's trying to get closer to how you pronounce it? Is that true? Jorge Masvidal. Let's see who's cooking what. Do you know what is getting discussed in terms of fights for Paulo Costa? No. Derek Gillespie? No. Sean Brady? No. Roy McDonald? No. Askarov? Pantoja? Blanchfield? No. Dylan Dennis. Why is everyone raising their hand to jump in against RDA? But we heard critics to jump in against Islam. I mean, what is the Ariel fight viewing experience like? I really just like sit here and watch on my, I sit at home, watch on my computer, this computer, and take notes, look at Twitter. I used to watch in a room with a TV, none of that. I like to have like, my eyesight sucks, so I like having everything super close to me and having the multiple windows up. It's not that fun, if I'm being honest. Okay, just a couple more. Some days these shows can go for a very long time, and I've never seen you leave to go to the bathroom. What type of sorcery are you trained in to enable such magic? I don't know. At some point, I'm going to have to. Oh, wow, New York Rick question. Can you explain what the end zone from American football is again? Did it quite fall? Ariel, do you think we'll ever see the big quarterly press conferences again? Sure. Okay, just a couple more here. Greetings, Ariel. What are your thoughts on MMA introducing a challenge system? If a fighter thinks he's been fouled and the ref doesn't see it, he signals to the ref to make time. It's a little too convoluted. Not sure I love it. Big question here. What do you think about Bryce Mitchell's approved camo shorts, Bebe? I didn't see him, but good for him. Respect. Any update on Nate? Not yet. Moving the right direction. Quick shout out to your former coworker Tony, who ran your board op at ESPN. True. Anthony Cataluyid. He works for Lebitard now and is hosting a watch along for the prelims on the YouTube channel. Would be cool for El Nariz to pop in for that Kiawani bump. Wow. Tony was the man. Yes, he was TST before TST joined. My early days at ESPN, great guy. Now with the Meadowlark Army, the pirate ship, and I love them. I actually don't think he was an MMA fan before we met, and I think now he's a big MMA fan. So I love to see it. Just like most people. I mean, like now Frank does watch-along parties. He's on Reddit all day. Like, how are you watching 272 on Saturday, Frank? What's your plan?
I was gonna try to go to Connor.
Oh, Connor. Any
The
space?
offer is on the table.
Wow.
I'm happy to have Frank over. I'll have the pay-per-view on 2 TVs. I don't know what's going on
Okay.
That's Tony.
Yeah. You know Tony?
He probably doesn't know me. I went down to Living Court Studios one time, and like I said, in for a show, he was the one that like liaisoned me. He was Great guy.
This is great guy. Never met him.
No, I have.
Oh, you have not.
Spent a few hours with him. No, yeah, great guy. Probably does not remember me.
This is pre Meadowlark Le Batard.
This was when Le Batard was still part of ESPN Radio. Yeah.
You want to know something crazy? January of 2020, I'm in Miami. I'll never forget this for as long as I live. I'm in Miami because I was doing sidelines for Clippers Heat Friday night, ESPN, right? And I think Mike Ryan found out. I tweeted about it, invited me to come in studio, which was a huge deal. It was amazing. I get to go in studio, like the Clevelander. This is a big deal. And I got to go in studio for a couple segments, and Stu Gatz let me read the update. You know, he did like the news update, the ESPN News, the Sports Center, whatever.
Yeah.
And one of the items was that a top-ranked card in China was canceled and going to be rescheduled because of something called the coronavirus. And I remember reading it for the first time. This is like mid to late January in 2022. I'm like, coronavirus. And I remember the quote from Bob Arum was, we've got Tyson Fury and Deontay Wilder next month. I'm not going to go to China. And he said something like, and catch some, I think he said some like cockamamie disease, if my memory is correct. I'm almost 100% sure he said that. And I was like, what is coronavirus? I remember saying that, what is coronavirus? What a strange name that is. And then lo and behold, like a month and a half later, everyone knew what coronavirus was. Actually, on that episode, they dared me to say like one of their lines on the broadcast, and I said it within like the first 10 seconds of my first hit on the broadcast. They made me compare the LA Clippers to the stars of the UFC, and I made some good comparisons, by the way. I was like, hey, you know, I cover fighting, and here I am going to compare the Clippers to, you know, the stars of the UFC. I compared Kawhi to Stipe, because I was like, Kawhi is the reigning MVP champion, quiet, unassuming. Stipe, heavyweight champion, quiet, unassuming. I compared Patrick Beverly to Connor. Bit of a stretch, but just because he was like, you know, outlandish, bit of a troublemaker, whatever. I don't remember any of the other ones. Did I do, what was the dude's name? Oh, I forget. The one who went to the Lakers and then he went, I think, to the Wizards. Oh, man. He was great for them. You know what I'm talking about? You're not a big basketball fan, are you?
Me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Who do you think I'm talking to?
Grab him one more time for me.
The dude who was on the Clippers and then he signed with the Lakers and everyone got mad at him.
Montrezl Harrell?
Yes, Montrezl Harrell. There you go. I think I compared him to like Usman. Actually, I think New York Rick helped me with some of these. Some of them were a little bit off, but at the very beginning, I was like, this is an important conversation. I'm glad we're having it. That's a Le Batard line. Everyone loved it. Shout out to Le Batard. All right. By the way, I'm happy we have that number up there. That's an impressive number. 81 questions. Wow. That's a lot of questions, just for the record.
Kobe.
What? You know what?
Shout out Kobe.
This is... Kobe. 81. Shout out to Jalen Rose as well. All right, 272 coming up this Saturday. Let's go. Canelo, Tyson Fury, Eddie Hearn, Dan Lambert. We're done. I gotta go. You can hit my music, Frank. Usually I look at the wire here to see if anything happened while we were on. Did anything happen? Any big news? I'm seeing a lot of support for Cain Velasquez. A lot of support for Cain Velasquez. It gives me chills. Can't imagine. More information has come up. Can't imagine as a father what he is going through, and just a very, very, very unfortunate, horrific story. Again, I'll repeat, I know Cain to be a great guy and really a man who loves his family. So we'll see. I wish him the best. I wish the family the best, and wish this didn't happen. Really do. Really wish this didn't happen. Much love to everyone who tuned in today. Much love to all our viewers, all our supporters. The Helwani army getting stronger by the day. We are galvanizing. And thank you to all our guests today. Thank you very much to Dan Lambert. Appreciate him. Check out AEW. He said, hey, I'll come on. You got to plug AEW. I can live with that. I can live with that. Thank you very much to Tyson Fury, man of his word. Thank you to Top Rank as well. Hey, on this program, we have Top Rank, we have Matchroom, we've got The Zone, we've got ESPN. We bring them all together. Thank you to Saul Canelo Alvarez, and thank you to Eddie Hearn as well. Thanks to everyone who sent in questions. Appreciate you guys very much. Thanks to the team. Thanks to all of y'all. Enjoy UFC 272. Back on Monday, same time and place. Tell us, say peace. I'm out of here.
Natura dăruiește viață. Artesia, noua apă minerală plată de la Tușnad.
Hi, everybody. It is, Jesus Christ, what day is it? It is the, I'm gonna mute this, here we are. It is the 3rd of March, 2022. My name is Luke Thomas, and I believe this is episode 104, 104, 105, something like that. I need to double check. What number is this? This is number, I think 105. Yes, it is. Hi. Let's see, what a great day this is. I'm in my new studios. I don't know how good, oh, that's choppy as shit, isn't it? Is it choppy as fuck? A little bit. Yeah, super choppy. We'll see how this goes. I'm gonna try this on my new gear that we have put in the studio. Some of it is not exactly new, some of it is just old. But we're gonna do our best here today. We'll go for about an hour. If you have any question you'd like to put a donation in for, we'll give it priority at the end of the hour-long run of this. But hopefully it's good. All right, how's it look now? Better? Looks better. Looks better? Okay, all right. So let's do that, shall we? Thumbs up on the video, hit subscribe. Thank you so much for joining me. We'll talk about UFC 272. We'll talk about whatever you want to talk about. We'll get to all of that. This is your place. This is what we'll be doing. Okay, without further ado, let's get this party started. This won't be the full-on only way we do these live chats. This won't be the only way it looks. We moved in today. I mean, we had a tour through the first time, but we moved in today. So there's a lot going on. There's a lot going on here. Okay, let's get to your question, shall we? First things first, let me refresh this. All right, that might blow up my computer. All right. All right, first question, and there's a bunch. This person asks, with the recent Ukraine crisis, I found myself reading a lot more news articles. I have found it very difficult to find well-researched information. Found that a lot of sites seem to rehash the same poorly researched stories. Is there anyone you would recommend, or someone that in your opinion deserves recognition for their coverage? I personally have enjoyed. This person says that the first person who was killed in the Ukraine. I can't tell if it's a joke, but since it may or may not be, here's what I would offer. There are two names I have recently looked at that work have been extremely valuable. Two names. First, Adam Tooze. I mentioned this in the video I did. Okay, Adam Tooze is the director of the European Institute at Columbia University, but more broadly is an economic historian, and his work on this has been absolutely invaluable. He's on Twitter, he has a Substack, he's done podcast interviews. His views are easy to find. I think the Substack is free. Tooze is spelled T-O-O-Z-E. You can start with Adam Tooze, a very level-headed, smart, researched, well-written well the other one is a book I could recommend, although it wouldn't necessarily be about Russia in particular. Nicholas Mulder, another guy, he has a book out called Watch out! 11. He's a professor of European history out of Cornell, and he has a book on the history of terrorism and why there are a lot more wartime tools than sometimes we are otherwise led. They have been invaluable resources. Tools in particular. And there, if you look at the work of Adam Tooze, he's going to recommend a bunch of different sources as well. Some of these might be scholarly and a little bit inaccessible at times, but they will at least put you on a place that I think would be better served than it sounds like where you are now. Those are two names. You can see planes taking off in the office. Tyler, we know your position of banning Russian athletes in sporting competitions. What do you think the government will do, and what will fight promotions do? Are there any... This person's hard to read here. Were there any clamors to... I didn't mean clamoring. To sanction America or UK for the illegal invasion of time in Iraq and Saudi Arabia? Yeah, of course. Saudi Arabia, totally there. That is certainly true. I would add on top of that, I don't even recall exactly what the world did as it relates to economic sanctions. There's a big question in terms of the Iraq War. There's a big question about God, this is a very complicated issue, but the long story short is, is there much more of a moral difference between what Russia is doing and what the U.S. did in Iraq? I would humbly submit to you, probably not a significant one, if one at all. It's just that the U.S. has this ability to form coalitions with powerful entities to buttress its interest. And its interest in this particular case, NATO or otherwise, are not altogether without merit. But if you're asking, like, why didn't the world then? It's because, what would the... I mean, they removed Russia from the world. Do that to the U.S.? I mean, here is something that Adam Tooze brought up in a recent interview. He had acknowledged that by pressing Russia the way that we have and moving from the source system, you already look at their agricultural yield, who it goes to parts of the Middle East that fire up their goods, essentially, and their exports would be China. Does this cause them to already hope to now further develop good, right? That's what I mean when I wrote in that video. Like, we don't even know what the outcome of all of these sanctions are going to be. Taking a great nuclear power, I guess whether Russia is a great power, taking a nuclear power and removing them from the financial global system. You might want to see how that all shakes out before we decide to boycott some ordinary Russian people. Do what I Jesus, boy, y'all don't have any MMA questions today. All right. Hey, Luke, thanks again for the videos and work on MK. In the past, it's been great to hear your perspective on relationships with life. So I was curious if you ever had bad I'm sure I've had a lot of that. If you ever had a bad relationship with a family member and what has been your way to mend the relationship? Boy, I will not be very helpful on this. This is not an area of expertise, even a little bit. I do have a poor relationship with family. So I am of no use to you. But again, I want to be clear about the chats. It's not because I have an honest conflict with all these people that ask about it. I share my experience. That I can do. I don't have any experience on the other side. Look, have Bellator obtained the best of the European foreign market from the UFC. It seems that Bellator is a far more attractive proposition than fighters from the European continent. In addition, the shows are far cheaper to get tickets to compared to UFC. UFC shows in England require a look at to have any chance of getting a seat that doesn't require a telescope. This is what the problem. I mean, one of the issues, many issues, but one of the ones is that it's way a lot of the crowd is fighting. I always thought that was the best thing to do as if you're a fan. Listen, if you've got money or there's a fighter that you really love to see and you saved or whatever your situation may be and you really want to go to a pay-per-view, then do the thing you want to do. But I've always told fans, wait until they come to your town or nearby town with a fight night. Tickets will be cheaper, and of course you don't have the same level of star. You can get a pretty good chance to see exactly where it goes. And you know, I mean, Anthony Pettis fought Dustin Poirier in Norfolk. If you were in the Norfolk area that time, you got a great card for affordable price like that. That's really good. But now that most of those are at and they're only doing pay-per-views, you know, you lost out on a big opportunity there. That's the first thing I'd say. I've always thought UFC tickets were super expensive. And you know, if I was just an ordinary fan, I would skip most of what they ask. So, fans are, obviously UFC's doing something like fans for it, but okay. I don't know about all of it. I think that would be too broad. But what is clear is that their inroads into Ireland, UK, that has been quite real. That has been quite real. Their ability to get your talent from the area and then recruit the next generation of them by virtue of their presence in that market, by virtue of what alliances they've made, by virtue of what relationships with gyms they have. That's what they want to do. But managers they work with obviously is significant as well. But so, you know, what does that mean for Italian MMA or Moldovan MMA? I mean, I don't know. I don't think that Bellator is necessarily those places. Like Germany or even France too. I mean, look at who UFC has a relationship already with MMA factories, right? So France is going to be a bit of a hard slog for it, depending on how things go. But you get the idea. In those territories, in the UK, in Ireland, yes, their brand has really shined, relatively speaking, and you've done good work there. That will pay dividends in terms of attracting talent. But I would very strongly caution they're not in the UK, Ireland, as a proxy for all of them. They are distinct territories, but I mean, there's enough distinct including. What is the number one advice for someone looking to get into building and strengthening? Start. Just start. Of course, you want to be able to save you, and you want to be able to support your plan, but if the first thing that is going to get you off the couch is the actual motivation to get off the couch, and just go. Just start going. It is better to go and take it light and figure things out than it is to like, I'm going to wait until I have a perfect understanding of every compound lift, exactly how to use the television table, when I want to have my field, all that whole thing. You can get to all of that with start doing something, start walking, start jogging, walk for a mile, then walk for 2, or make it a time limit. Just start moving. All of these, I cannot overstate this. This is a world of action. Contemplation and planning and thinking through problems are critically important. But by themselves, don't get the job done. What gets the job done is act. Must act. Must. How am I going to lose weight? Must act. How am I going to get strong? Must act. Blah, 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 blah. And this is a world of action. So it's fine to contemplate, it's fine to strategize. In fact, it's not only fine, it's actually recommended and probably significantly important that you strategize and learn best practices and do things safely and carefully. But that doesn't mean not doing it. Get out. Go. This person says, I'm not far away from the Ukrainian conflict. I'm in a neighboring country. I've never been a soldier, and in general, this region's armies have usually have a boring life, not much money in the military. I'm trying to wrap my head around the mindset and the morale of the invading Russian army. Could you explain when you signed on to the Army, Marine Corps, not the Army? Have you really considered giving your life for an order? Sure. Sure. Even if the order would have been an attack on a country with a similar culture and people like yours. I don't know how that would work, but, you know, I was very much hopeful I wasn't going to have to die in George Bush's fucking wars. Let me tell you, I was very worried about that. But if the choice was to go or to not go, I had made a commitment to go. So I would have gone. I mean, I had to get, they told us, like, after 9/11, they brought us all in, and it was a big to-do, and they were like, get your power of attorney done, get your will done, get all of it done. And that was grim, man. That was grim. When they tell you to get your will done and you're 22 years old, 21 years old, that's grim. But I did it. Now, you know, what that means for the battlefield is a different scenario, but I would have. What is the mentality? The mentality is you do what the fuck you are told. That's the mentality. Certainly of the enlisted, the officers have a different version of things. And of course, there are people who defy illegal or unlawful orders. And there are conscientious objectors, and certainly I would not get in the way of any of their lives or their choices, but you're asking me what I would have done at the time I was 22, I would have done exactly what I was told to do. And we are seeing some signs that some of these Russian troops are underfed, very young. There's a lot of conscripts there in their military. They have a significant portion that are conscription. So, you know, what's their motivation? Trying to get up and get through the day as best they can in many cases. Some of them, probably there is a bloodlust. I saw that in the American military. I would imagine that's going to be military-wide no matter where you go to. But most of the people, this is what they've given their lives to, and they may hate it. They may really hate it, but they'll probably go through with it because A, they don't want to go to Russian jails or get court-martialed, and some may end up believing. We'll have to see. It would have to be a real, and it may turn into one, a moral horror for you to see the military revolt en masse, but even that I don't expect. Pardon me. Luke, if you were the commandant for a day and your sole responsibility was to improve McMap, that is the Marine Corps Martial Arts Program, what changes would you make to change it into something that isn't a complete joke to service members everywhere? I don't know exactly all the rules these days. I can only respond to what it was when I was there, and I got out a long time ago, 2005, so I'm sure they have updated it. But the biggest problem that I saw was that the program was small in the sense that the belts to get were very easy to get, and the level of sophistication for what they give out for black belts was not very. I would call them, at best, good blue belts, and that's probably pushing it. So one, there's just not enough depth in the program. A lot of it, I don't know how it is today, but when I was there, it was all not mandatory. And there just isn't a broader program for it. Now, the Marine Corps might not have the money for it. Remember, the Marine Corps gets a lot of Army leftovers. It's the smallest of all the American branches. And they take pride in that, but it means you don't have the same kind of budget for this robust program like Army combatives, where they have amateur system and they have much more robust teaching programs, and the curricula is significantly bigger. It's just, McMap is just a scaled down version of that. So what would I say to do it? Scale it up along the lines of Army combatives. Right now, as I understand it, at least certainly my experience was, getting the highest designation in McMap shouldn't take you more than a year or two at most. It's not very good for hand-to-hand combat. You would need a lot more time than that. I mean, think about it. If you become a United States Marine and you go to infantry school, you know, you're not getting to your duty station until what? A year and a half later? And that's when you're like a fucking PFC, like an E1 or an E2. And you've already had almost 2 years of training before you even get assigned to your unit. The level of skill it takes to warfight or hand-to-hand fight takes a lot of time to learn. It takes a lot of time to learn. What the fuck is up with all these questions? Good Lord. Luke, when you look at Masvidal's history in the sport, what will be his lasting legacy? Street fighter turned pro, a very popular journeyman. which he says no disrespect. Let's see what happens with the Colby fight, actually. If he beats Colby and then somehow finds his way, I don't know if he'd beat Kamaru, but if he somehow finds his way to the back or to the front of the pack, anything is possible in terms of what he can do to his legacy. I think his legacy will be, I don't know. He will be, I think, you know, not A plus in terms of accomplishments, right? He didn't ever capture a Strikeforce or UFC title, so he will be a B plus, A minus guy in that sense. But I think his legacy will be, one, helping to put Miami an American top team on the map. Of course, there's many names that contributed to that, but he would be one of them. A guy who shows you that you need to wait until someone is in their mid, sometimes even late 30s to see if they can fully actualize their potential. I think he's been popular for their Latin American efforts. But I do think that he achieved great heights, albeit at the sub-championship level, that will define how he is viewed ultimately long-term. But I don't know if there's a neat category for it. What's the neat category for a guy who didn't win titles but people liked but was pretty good? Hard to say exactly. People try to firmly place Colby as 1B to Usman's 1A in the welterweight division just because he's had 2 really competitive fights with Usman. But in order to be 1B, you have to prove that you're better than everyone else in the division. I don't think that's true. And the truth is, Colby doesn't have a...
I'm going to show you how the card system works in Lost Ark. This system's actually more important than you might realize because you can get pretty significant bonus stats from using your cards. There's a few different mechanisms at play. Now cards, you may have noticed this when leveling up, you have these random cards in your inventory. And you may have just been right-clicking them without realizing, or maybe you read them but didn't understand, or maybe you're still holding on to them and have not right-clicked any of them to use them. Well, I'm going to explain to you how these cards work in this game, and how you get them, how you level them up, what their significance is. We're going to dive right into that. So let's take a look at this. So the card system, it is actually part of your roster, which means it is cross-character, which means, yes, you could make new characters to farm cards, which we will get to in a moment. So down here at the bottom right, we have roster. And you go to your card catalog. Also, you can hit Alt-C, which if you want to hit Alt-C. So you'll immediately be overwhelmed with visuals because of everything in this game is always like this. So we got all this stuff to look at. But the main thing is we have equip, we have books, we have enhance. Enhance is where you'll be able to see, it's the easiest way to keep track of your cards. When you go to enhance, you'll have all your cards, and you can sort by different things. By default, it's just sorted by rarity, with the exception of having duplicate cards makes it more rare than a purple somehow. That's just, I don't know the way it's organized here. And so here are the cards, obviously. The easy way to keep track of them. Now, there's a few different systems. I'm going to go through these one by one. We got equip. Now, this is where you actively use cards. Not all cards can be equipped. So when I go over here, look at my cards, like Trantorus and Mephidius or whatever, they don't belong to any card sets. Some of these, though, you'll even see when you mouse over them, equipped card set bonus, it says down in the description. So you could always check that way. But main thing is, you go here, and we have these cards that work towards sets. You can mouse over these little things to see what this set will give you, and you can do that to look at each one, see what you're going to get. Now, you can have 6 cards equipped at a time. You can even rename the thing, like DPS build, for example. Although you can't use spaces in this game, so DPS build, one word. Okay, so you can do that to keep track of them, and you also can expand these slots to have more. You're only 2 by default, but you can get more. Anyway, back to the point of this. So say I look at this set bonus. If I have 2 of the cards from this set equipped, I will get damage plus 100% to lucky monsters. So I can right-click these guys and put 2 on. Once I have 2 on, now I get that set bonus. Now, you can mix and match sets. So say I look at this one, and I get lightning damage reduction plus 8% for having 2. Well, I don't actually want that, but if I did want that, then I would put 2 from that on to get that one. And then this one down here, damage minus 8% for foes at 50% or lower HP. Put 2 of those on. Now I have the first one in each of these. Now, if I wanted to, some of these things have 6 sets, like 6 cards in a set, like these ones. I don't have all 6 cards personally, but if I did, I could throw all those on in order to get the max set bonus. In this case, if I put these ones on, put these ones back on, once I have 4, it does the exact same thing. Actually, these ones are kind of bad for that. They all do the exact same thing. But then once you get to 6 set, if you have 12-piece awakening, then that you will get this bonus thing, which is move speed 4%. So the 12-piece awakening is, see these little gem slots? So those are levels to your card. And for a 6 set, to have 30-piece awakening means all 5 cards are going to have to be level 5, because 5 times 6 is 30, right? So you're going to need all 6 cards, and they're all going to have to be level 5. If you have that, that's how you can get this last one, which is, when obtained, ethers deal magic damage equal to 50% of your max HP. So the same kind of thing would apply for the other set. 30-piece awakening, you would get attack speed 10%. But you also have these like ones in between, like in this case, 12-piece awakening. I could have 2 cards that are level 5 and 1 card that's level 2, or I could have 6 cards that are level 3 in order to get those 12 pieces of awakening or whatever, basically. So there's other things to consider when doing these equips, which is that some sets are really small. They only have 3 in a set. So that is a way to, like, I don't know, and you also just have to look at the sets and what the stats give, and you have to pick and choose. Do you want to have an incomplete set of one and a complete set of another? Just look around and make your choices. Like, some sets literally only have 2 in the set. In the case of this one, damage minus 5% from Abyss Raid monsters, Guardian of Chaos set, you need 4-piece awakening. So you have to have both these cards, and you have them both level 2, or have one of them level 4, or one of them level 3, and one of them level 1, in order to get 4-piece awakening. Also, when you have both of them on, you get damage plus 1% to Abyss Raid monster. If it's a 10-piece awakening, meaning they're both level 5, you'll have both of those. And then I think just, no matter what, you get damage 3% to Abyss Raid monsters. So, you know, you'll pick and choose. You'll go through. You'll choose which combinations that you want for your build, and you'll get these different deck slots so that you could just quick swap without having to go through and readjust everything if you're going from PvP to PvE, or doing a dungeon that's certain, you know, elemental things are applicable, or the Abyss Raid or whatever. So that's equipping them in a nutshell, okay? But we're not done yet. It's so much more to how cards work in this game and how to get them. So next up is book. Now, books are awesome. Books are so good because you don't even need the cards. You can actually delete the cards, and they will still work in here for the bonuses in here. So, like Giant Worm, at one point I actually had deleted Giant Worm, and I tested. It's still in here. I think I got a new one now, though. And what happens with this is, if you go back to here and you look on the left, and there's all of these combos of sets, each one of these will give you a bonus. In this case, if I get all 3 cards from the Heaven of for the Curious, I will get 1 bonus endurance. And that's just a permanent stat bonus. And that will apply to all your characters, I believe, because this is a roster section of the game. So this should, knock on wood, this should be all your characters. I haven't tested it yet myself, but that's, in theory, it should be all your characters. Now, the other thing is, leveling up these cards, you also get the same thing here with that whole awakening thing. So, if I have all 3 of these cards, if I not even have these cards, if I have had them at one point in time, then I got that. Even if I delete them, I still get the 1. Same for these others, I would assume, but if you had these leveled up and then delete them, which I don't know why you would delete a leveled up one, that'd be insane, but if all of them are level 5 in this case, I would get bonus damage versus plants plus 0.07%. Very insignificant, but hey, extra stats. Same thing for all these. Like, you'll see the same kind of thing, the bonus damage versus enemy types is pretty much all you get on those for the ones where you level them up. Yeah, that's pretty much all there is. Bonus humanoids, bonus insects, whatever. But they will add up eventually, because if you get enough sets, you know, you might get bonus 5%, 10% damage or something in the long run if you get all the sets in the game with max awakening levels. But mainly you're doing awakening levels as a completionist thing and for working towards these equip sets. Books are just kind of a side thing, although getting that first one is really nice because it's just raw stats, and they will add up pretty fast just by collecting all the cards in the game. So now over here, how do we level them up? So I talked about leveling up, but I didn't actually show you. So you have a pool of XP for enhancement points. You can have up to 999 million enhancement points at a time. You use these enhancement points to level up a card. So you pick a card you want to level up, and you right-click it. And it'll tell you how much XP you need to level it up. And then you just move this bar and you enhance it. It'll cost silver based on how much XP you're applying to it. And then you will try to get it all the way to 2,000. And then once it's 2,000, you will also use additional copies of the card in order to level it up to the next rank. In order to get these, you have to delete cards. There's also, in the store, you have a weekly card bundle you can buy. You can buy 3 of them, and they'll give you simple XP cards that will just give you XP when you get rid of those cards.
Unrivaled. That's the word that represents the Kuhan merchants. Unrivaled. That's the word that represents the Kuhan merchants.
And so that is another way to get XP without actually just destroying cards. So back to the card catalog. So yeah, you'll go through here and you get the idea. But there's also one thing that's weird. So there's an issue, and it's actually just the way the game works to the best of my knowledge. I tried looking things up, and it sounds like, yeah, it is drilled how it works. When you delete cards, be very careful, because you can't, like this case, I have 2 of Solus. I can't delete one of them. If I delete Solus, I delete both of him. And that's just how it is. So if you're going to delete cards, make sure that you have one more of the card ready to use, or else you'll just have none left. That's to the best of my knowledge, there's no way to split the stack. It is all or nothing for deleting cards, which is totally whack, but that's how it is. Okay, so that is generally how all these cards are going to work. That's how that's going to work, but we're not done yet, because now there's the question of, how in the world do you get cards? Well, any card that you want to get, you can find out how you get it. So you go to Guides, Codex, and
La început mi-a fost un pic frică și frica strigă tot. Încredere n-aveam deloc, simțeam în mine un foc. Ura strigă doar de jos, eu sunt deasupra lor. Am pus frica în spate și acum mă împing și Ca o bestie, mări șmecher, mulți din idei aștept să pește. Oglindă după ce câștige șmecher saltele. Am înfundat prea mult, am ars timp în canapele. Vreau ca să câștigi, trebuie să sar din ele și crește. Ura lor da crește și puterea mea regește.
in the Codex, go down here to cards, or you could just search it. But we go in here, and here are all the cards in the game. And when you click on any of these cards, it'll tell you how you get them. From Report with Eolin, I don't know if I'm saying that right. From Guardian Raid Lumerus, from, let's look at some other ones down in the blues. From doing an achievement called Me Against the Mayhem Legion. But then you might be wondering though, wait a minute, if it's from achievement, I can only get this one time. So how do I level this up if I can only get one of them? Well, that's where we get to the Korean MMO grind part of this system. So for Harzel, for example, I can get one of him. Yeah, I can get one of him. Okay. After that, the only way that I'm going to be able to get more of Harzel would be from card packs. So in this case, the weekly card bundle. I get any card pack. I might get any card in the game from that pack. I can do 3 of those a week for the cost of gems. There are ways to get gems in the game, like you have login rewards. Not this one. I clicked the wrong one. You have login rewards, and day 10 login, I get chest of 100 crystals. This has a 3. I think I get 300. Not entirely sure. I haven't hit 10 days yet. How that's confusing, but you get the point. Also, daily logins. Hey, I get 20 card packs on day 24 if I log in 24 times before March 10th. So you see how there's ways long term to get all these cards, even when it's rare like that. But if you don't just down ridiculous amounts of money, I mean, you're talking years before you get all those cards maxed out just from the natural game mechanisms. But that is how you would do it. Now, some cards are obtained through other mechanisms. Like we have some cards, if I can find one, we got field bosses, can drop cards, dungeons. Now these ones like from dungeons and stuff, those ones you can just farm, because there's just an RNG chance that you'll get it from the dungeon or from the field boss. The other one you might see though is Wandering Merchant. And there are these Wandering Merchant events that happen multiple times a day in multiple locations in the world, where there'll be a merchant that you can buy random unique items from. And they will have cards. And you need to go to those merchants every multiple times a day and buy those cards for silver. And I will make a guide about Wandering Merchants at a later date. So make sure to subscribe for the Wandering Merchant guide, because that's just a whole nother can of worms, because everything in this game is just insane and has absurd amounts of content to it. So I'm going to try to just stick to the cards part of this. I've gone to a Wandering Merchant before and have bought a card. Can confirm that is how that new character, maybe there's some cards in 10 hours. So 30 cards every 10 hours with money again. Mary's Secret Shop, I don't know if it's called Mary or Myri or however, it rotates every day, and there are random things to buy. Maybe forgetting something or not remembering something, but that's everything that I could think of how to get cards and how to use them and how they work. Hopefully I'm not forgetting something totally.
Great. There's no way we can go to my parents' anniversary dinner now.
So today I want to go over some of the best card sets you can use for both Bard and Paladin as support classes. There are so many card sets, and I know the card system in general can be very confusing, so I'm going to help break it down for you today. And the best part, you can actually use the same card sets on both of these classes. If this video helps you out, please like and subscribe. I'm also streaming Lost Ark on Twitch, so catch me there for live support content. Links in the description. Alright, so right off the bat, I want to explain something very important about the way that your heals and shields scale as a Bard or Paladin player. You need to know this because it's the whole reason for your choice in card sets. If on Bard, you hover over your Wind of Music bubble, or on Pally, your Holy Protection bubble, you will see that the shield will be given to your party members based off of your max HP. This is the same on both Bard and Paladin for all of your shielding skills, including your shielding awakening skills. This means the more HP you have personally, the bigger shields you give to your teammates, regardless of how much HP they personally have. And not only do your shields scale off of your health pool, your heals do as well. This means that your healing identity skills on both classes, along with a small heal on Holy Protection for Paladin, all heal based off of your HP as well. So, as you can see, your own health bar is one of the most important stats as a support class in order to provide the best shielding and healing possible. Which leads me into your card sets, which are entirely focused on raising your HP. If you press Alt-C, you can look at your card collections. And within this, I want to talk about the Field Boss 2 and Farewell Weapon 2 sets. If you've been opening your card decks and using all of the cards, which you should be, by the way, please don't throw away your cards. You can expand your deck with crystals or stockpile cards on an alt, but don't toss them. Then you probably already have a few cards from each of these sets. You can hover over the set effect details to see how many cards you need to activate a deck, and what bonuses you get based off of how many cards you have equipped. For both of these sets, you can see that at 2, 4, and 6 cards respectively, you get a 4% increase in max HP for a total of 12% bonus. And this is great, especially early game, as it means that you can mix and match cards. If you only have 4 of one set and 2 of another, you can equip those mismatched cards and still get that 12% bonus in HP. You can actually see that's what I'm doing here, as I only have 5 out of 7 for the Field Boss 2 set. There are additional awakening effects that you can receive from awakening the cards, which you can do by using duplicates of the cards. This is another reason to not throw away your cards, even if you already have the same one equipped. Keep your cards, guys. Awakening sets takes a very long time, so it isn't something that you need to be worried about right now. And really, the awakened effects for these decks don't enormously help you out as a support either, so I wouldn't worry too much about it. Each level that you awaken a card, the little gems under their pictures, you get 1 awakening level, and you need 18 levels total to get the first awakening effect, at least for Field Boss 2. Which means you can mix and match these levels based on which cards you get, as long as they equal 18 total levels, meaning you don't have to get every single card to level 5 to awaken it. I recommend going for the full Field Boss 2 set once you get the cards, as this deck is slightly better than the Farewell Weapon 2 set later on. This starter card set is something you will use for a very long time, and honestly, you don't need to swap off of it ever if you don't want to, as that HP increase is always useful. Much later down the road as a support, you could also use the Forest of Giants and the Will Meet Again card sets together, which are both 3 card sets, for damage reduction, which is useful for self-defensives. The biggest downside of these sets early on is that they really only shine once you awaken them, which, like I noted earlier, takes a very long time to do. For reference, it takes 16 of the same card for it to hit level 5. However, since these 2 damage reduction sets are very good to awaken, I recommend waiting to awaken your HP card set unless you're very sure that you want the bonuses it gives, in case you want to awaken other sets down the road. Awakening is very costly, since it costs not only duplicate cards but also a lot of card XP, so it's good to make sure that you know what you want before you commit to it. So really, I wouldn't worry about those sets right now. I just wanted to let you know that they could be an option in the future if you ever wanted to swap off of Field Boss 2. Also, aside from a few cards you can buy from wandering merchants and certain ones that drop from quests, getting cards is very RNG reliant, which is another reason both getting and awakening card sets can take a while. And like I said before, Bard and Paladin use these same card sets. So if you're playing both classes, then you're in luck because card sets are roster bound. I hope this helps you guys beef up your HP bar and give out all of those shields and heals. And I'll catch you all next time.
Grăbește-te să prinzi ofertele noi. Doar până duminică ai mascarpone 500 de grame la doar 9,99 lei. Cotlet de porc fără os la doar 1,39 lei per 100 de grame.
Let's start with Bryce Mitchell. How you feeling? You look good?
I'm a lot better than I was about 20 minutes ago.
Well, thanks for coming on. I know it's not easy to
Thank you for having me.
Welcome back to the fight capital of the world for the official UFC 272 weigh-in show. Nothing lacking in the drama department on this card, my friends. Colby Covington and Jorge Masvidal, former BFFs, now mortal enemies, finally meeting inside the octagon Saturday night. Both men, as well as 24 other fighters, stepping to this scale over the next 2 hours. Welcome inside the UFC Apex, everybody. This is the crew. Laura Sanko, always here. Dean Thomas, almost always here. And Michael Bisping,
Never
Hall
here.
of Famer.
never invited.
Making his first
time ever.
Welcome, welcome. I don't even know if I want to be here.
It's going to be really hard.
I don't like being like the
On the end?
Yeah.
Or the new guy.
The new guy. There we go.
I was the new guy once.
Nobody wants me here. You all want Daniel here, but it's whatever.
I don't want Daniel here at all.
It's okay.
This is going to be the most truthful, wonderful show. We've got DJ Mikey B in the house. I'm thrilled.
Yeah, he has his Burberry shirt on. He is looking fresh. He is kissed and made up with.
Why am I getting abused?
It's outstanding.
No, all they've done is talk about my shirt. That's a very British-looking shirt. Look at you, Dan. You look like a granddad. Why are you dressed like a granddad? Do you have grandchildren?
He does not have New Balance.
I'm halfway there. I'm halfway there. Thank you, Michael. RJ Clifford going to be with us as well, as he always is. There is more. Well, you know, let me tell you something. There's always a belt on the line on this show, Michael. I don't know if you knew this, but there will be a belt handed out at the end of the day. I know you've had a belt before. This one might mean a little more to you, possibly.
Brings back a lot of memories.
Yeah, I'm sure it will. So, the Wheel of Misfortune.
Yes.
Since you have not been on here before, will be spun numerous times throughout the show. RJ, just give us a little spin here, maybe an example.
It's all fun and games here on this show. Well, the games aren't that fun. Okay, the shocker.
Oh boy.
It's exactly what you think it is, Mike.
Yes.
And I'll demonstrate because that's what I do on this show.
It's really the anticipation.
It's the anticipation.
Just keep watching, Michael. Just wait.
I'm fascinated.
It's the horror music that gets you. I'm trying to like pretend it's not gonna happen.
It's coming,
talk my
dude.
through it. It's the long one.
It's a really long one.
Oh, there's a warning.
It works.
I don't know if you know this, but my life is a wheel of misfortune.
Yeah.
And the consequences are normally a lot worse than that.
Now, I want to know why it is that I don't have a belt, because the last time I was on the show, I had the belt.
The division moved on. It's
Okay, we will be talking about the belt. It's going to be handed out many times throughout the show as we take a look at the early prelims. You can watch on ESPN Plus and UFC Fight Pass. Dustin Jacoby kicking things off, unbeaten in his second UFC stint. And then Brian Kelleher, the Long Island native, taking on Umar Nurmagomedov, part of that Dagestan crew, to wrap up the early prelims. The prelims on ESPN, Maria Agapova and Marina Moroz kicking things off in that one. The Tarantula, Jalen Turner and Jamie Malarkey going to wrap things up. And then we head to the main card. A heavyweight bout between Sergey Spivak and Greg Hardy. Hardy trying to come back after that nasty loss to Tai Tuivasa. Kevin Holland among 7 fighters who are ready to weigh in as we speak. Says he's going to come in at 169. And of course, the co-main event, Rafael dos Anjos and Renato Moicano, who landed in Vegas on Wednesday night. Been a travel schedule for him, taking his fight on short notice. And then, of course, Colby and Jorge in the 5-round main event. BFFs turned mortal enemies. This is going to be fun. And with that being said, let's bring in John Anik, the voice of the UFC. He is emceeing our weigh-ins that are getting ready to start in just a matter of moments. And this is one of the most highly anticipated matchups in years. And let's start with Colby, because obviously there's a persona there that we see on camera. When you get him off camera in the fighter meetings, what kind of information did you glean from Colby Covington?
Well, it's good to be with you guys as always. Certainly our conversation with him is more technical than it is trash talk, but that doesn't mean that he holds things back in terms of the venom that he has for Jorge Masvidal. But I believe overall his energy, his vibe is pretty consistent. I mean, he's told everybody within earshot this week that this rivalry fight feels different. There's a whole different level of animosity with Masvidal than there was with previous opponents like Tyron Woodley. But to me, his energy, his vibe, physically, mentally, emotionally, has been consistent really throughout his UFC career, and I'm getting the same vibe this week.
I love you repping with the Celtics jacket. I also love that we can get a look behind the curtain. Is that Edson Barboza over your right shoulder there?
Yeah, that is the legend, Edson Barboza. I mean, does that guy have enough highlights on his reel already? But yes, he is here. He is ready to weigh in. Handful of athletes, including Kevin Holland, set for his UFC welterweight debut. So yeah, I get anxious doing these hits in front of the athletes. I hope I don't screw this up.
Oh, you're always good, my man. You're always good. Let's talk about Jorge. He just signed a new contract, remains one of the biggest draws in the sport. The common thought here is that the longer this fight goes, the more of an advantage Colby has. Did Jorge give you a peek into his game plan a little bit in terms of how he was going to come out in this fight?
He did, and I'll keep some of that close to the vest, but I do think in terms of the narrative of this fight, I think it's a little bit of a simplistic handicap to just suggest that Jorge Masvidal's only chance to win this fight is by knockout. You know, Colby Covington is one of the most durable fighters on this roster. You know, I think it's going to take a near perfect to get him out of there with a clean knockout. So it wouldn't necessarily surprise me if Masvidal succeeded playing the long game. Yeah, certainly I think prevailing wisdom is that it could be Colby late and George early. But again, to me, I think it's way too simplistic to say, hey, if you're betting Jorge Masvidal, might as well take him on the knockout. As you guys know, crazy stuff happens in that octagon all the time.
Oh, I love talking numbers with John Anik. Let's look at the rest of this main card, man. RDA, Moicano, Barboza, Mitchell. Is there another fight that really piques your interest?
All of them. I think for the heavyweights, it's a crossroads fight for Greg Hardy. You know, I think he's underachieved a little bit in his UFC career, if I can say that. So I want to see how he handles this Sergey Spivak challenge. But Bryce Mitchell, Thug Nasty. We know he can rap. How good a fighter is he, right? He's 5-0 in the UFC. This is a huge step up in competition, and yet he is favored to beat Edson Barboza. So that is a feature bout that jumps off the card for a lot of people, and stylistically, I'm fascinated to see how it'll play out.
It really is amazing, like the gleam in his eyes, the shine off the head. Everything pops more in the Celtics jacket with Anik.
Well, they won last night. They beat the Memphis Grizzlies, so I figured I could wear this loud and proud. Had they lost, this would be in my closet. So thanks for shining on it.
Yeah.
Not a real fan.
And by the way, shout out to all my Memphis friends. Not an easy task these days with one Ja Morant. But let's talk about this main event here. When you look at the path to victory for Masvidal, like I said, there seems to be kind of one common thought, but he's a guy I feel like we don't give enough credit to for being technical, for being smart. We think of him as a knockout artist and a brawler, but that's certainly not always the case with Masvidal.
Absolutely not. I mean, he's one of the highest fighting IQ fighters on the entire roster. I mean, I think you talk to anybody that's fought him, and that's what they go back to, Dan, is just how incredibly smart he is, and it's all based on the level of experience that he has. He's able to make adjustments mid-fight, in between rounds, in between combinations, but that right there is what I think of when I think Jorge Masvidal, the viciousness with which he does everything inside the octagon. Absolutely crazy, but he's got a very tough test ahead of him, of course, is Colby Covington.
See, we live in two different worlds, right? So, like, there's the world that we see the fighters in the fight, and then there's the world in the gym. And that's where you get to see the real guy. And not a lot of people know who the real guy is in terms of Masvidal. Masvidal, not only is he an absolute dog, but he's such a technical fighter. And not a lot of people know that. Like, no matter what discipline you're doing, he's always like the best guy at it. Like, he's the best boxer. He's the best kicker. He's the best. So, like, he's got all these attributes that not a lot of people get to see. And he's underachieved in his career. But this, we've seen the last couple of years him turn it around, and I think this is the real test.
Yeah, and to your point, Dean, the man's had almost 50 professional fights, if not more. Every time you do a training camp, you get better. You know what I mean? And especially at American Top Team, with the guys that are down there, the level of the talent, the champions that they have, there's no question you're going to get better. But deep down inside, the man is he's a brawler. He's always looking for that knockout. And it's a very simplistic approach. He's going to keep his fight on the feet. If he does that, I think he wins. Colby, he's going to get the takedown, get the clinches, and that's his path to victory as well.
I think that takedown is going to be possibly harder to get than people are believing it to be, though. I mean, if you look at his fight with Kamaru Usman, it's easy to say, oh, Jorge can't wrestle all that great. We forget that was 6 days' notice on Fight Island.
And he did okay.
And he did.
He went the distance.
Even Kamaru Usman said, man, I was surprised by the level of wrestling of Jorge Masvidal, not just like his ability to defend the takedown, more so his ability to get the feet back,
but you got to think
the fight back to the feet.
He's been training for Ben Askren, then Usman. He's been out there with Bo Nickel, training with like all the top wrestlers in the country. So he's done his homework to be prepared for this fight.
He's brought in a lot of those top guys to train with on a regular basis, Bo included, to your point. There is love, there is hatred, there is popularity, there are storylines aplenty on this card as we get set for the weigh-ins to begin. 10 fighters ready to go, including Kevin Holland, who will be our first to step to the scale. Among the 10, neither of the fighters in the main event, but here is Kevin Holland.
Hey guys, I'm Kevin Trailblazer Holland, fighting out of Fort Worth, Texas. Hey, Michael Bisping, what are we gonna do when we're out in London?
Did I hear my name then?
He wants to know what y'all gonna do when you're out in London.
Oh, what are we gonna do out in London? We're gonna go out, we're gonna have fun, we're gonna have some fish and chips. We're gonna visit the Queen. She's a personal friend of mine.
So he weighed in at 170 pounds. He didn't make the 169-pound limit, but that's my son's favorite fighter. They call him Big Mouth for a reason. He loves to talk trash. First time fighting down at 170. Let's see how he does.
Competing in a prelim live on ESPN in the UFC's flyweight division.
And here is the Contender Series alum, Maria Agapova.
Yeah, I love her. She's so fun to watch. She's so unorthodox and unpredictable. She's got a tremendous reach, and she uses it really well.
Official weight 126 for Maria Agapova.
And this is a grudge match. This ain't the only ATT beef on the card. Like, she's got beef with Marina Moroz from ATT. So, like, there's a lot of ATT beef on this card.
Yeah, this is a good one, going way back to their days training together for Agapova and Moroz.
10th ranked Edson
Here is the
Barboza.
10th ranked featherweight in the world. Edson Barboza stepping to the scale.
And I'll tell you, there was a time where I thought there is no way that this man can make featherweight, but he has not only made the weight, but looked fantastic doing it, really making a mark now in the featherweight division.
145.5, the official weight for the legend Edson Barboza.
145.5 for Barboza. And I mean, the skill set that he had at lightweight, you take that down to featherweight, nasty, nasty. The kicks translate all of it.
All right, next fighter to the scale in the UFC's
Yeah, it's going to be a
flyweight division,
contrasting style,
Marina
certainly,
Moroz.
with Bryce Mitchell. Now the Ukrainian, the Iron Lady, Marina Moroz.
Yeah, listen, Marina Moroz, it's been a while since she stepped foot inside the octagon, had some visa issues. Certainly a lot going on for her being from the Ukraine, everything that's going on in that part of the world. So a lot weighing heavy on this woman's shoulders this week as she prepares for a fight.
125 and a half, the official weight for Marina Moroz.
As Dean said, these two do not like each other. And I mean like not like each other. They're talking about, I think she's going to cut me with a knife after practice. Someone called someone a potato. I don't know.
Is that a bad thing to call somebody a potato?
Maybe it was mashed potato. I don't remember
like
exactly,
potatoes.
but
So, like, if you call me a potato, I'm good with that.
well, if a girl called me a potato, we're fighting.
I think it was Fitz who brought it up. She's going to have one of the loudest ovations when she walks out with all what's going on in Ukraine right now. There's no doubt about it. And here is Renato Moicano.
All right, next fighter to the
this
scale,
has been
stepping up into the co-main
brutal
event.
travel schedule for him. We talked about it earlier, landing in Vegas on Wednesday night, taking this fight on short notice, Mike.
Yeah, it's incredible. I mean, coming off that tremendous performance recently against Alexander Hernandez, looked absolutely vicious, one of his career best. Now steps in on 4 days' notice.
The
Not
official
bad.
weight
I mean, that's
for
what you want to see.
Renato
Got to respect
Moicano.
this guy. 160 pounds? Yeah, no problem.
Yeah. I like the fact that he's taking this on short notice because that means we know where his head is at. You know, he's ready to fight.
One of the few to fight on back-to-back pay-per-view
All right, next
cards.
fighter
He
to
said
the
he
scale.
wanted a
You know
ranked
this
fighter.
man well, the 13th ranked
getting
flyweight in
a
the
ranked
world,
fighter.
Tim
And
Elliott.
here is Tim Elliott, somebody that Misenko knows quite well.
What's up, fight fans? Timothy Elliott here, fighting out of Lee Summit, Missouri, out of Glory MMA and Fitness. Lorisenko, am I the only one that you've ever wrist locked with your breasts?
Tim Elliott.
Oh, I'd like to see that.
I did actually.
How do you do that?
Because I had it trapped, and then like I just cranked his.
All right, next athlete to the scale competing
we did.
live
I mean,
on
yeah, it's a
pay-per-view
real thing
tomorrow
that
night in the
happened.
UFC's
You know
welterweight
the worst
division.
way
He
to
is
go out?
Alex Cowboy Oliveira.
Some would say he wasn't fighting the submission
I just
as hard
use
as
the
he
worst
could
way.
have. You know, we'll leave that to history.
Dean, how about Cowboy?
Oh, the Cowboy, they call him Cowboy for a reason. Like, this guy is super strong because he was a bullfighter and a construction worker. So when you put those two together, this is a man's man. And he's got 10 kids.
170, the official weight for Alex Oliveira.
I helped
Fertile individual.
Yeah, I helped pass for him once, man. And I felt like he was kicking through the pad and was going to break my leg. I mean, this guy is super strong.
Yeah,
All right, next fighter to the scale competing in a prelim in the UFC's light heavyweight division.
Here's
Michal
Michal
Oleksiejczuk.
Oleksiejczuk, the 27-year-old from Poland, Dean.
Michal Oleksiejczuk. It took me like a week to try to pronounce that name, but I
now.
finally got it. Michal Oleksiejczuk, very accurate puncher. If you watch his fight against Antigulov, Gadzi Antigulov,
206, the official
comes in
weight
at
for
206.
Michal Oleksiejczuk.
It was like he was hitting him with a stun gun every time he touched him on the chin. It was like he touched him, boom, drop, drop, drop. This guy's got a 75% finish rate. He is
All right, that brings us to
finisher.
one half of the featured prelim live on ESPN.
All right, here
in the
comes
UFC's
Jamie
lightweight
Malarkey, the
division.
27-year-old Aussie.
Jamie
He's rolling a little
Malarkey.
bit. He's won back-to-back fights after starting his UFC career 0-2.
Yeah, you can tell he's really starting to get his feet under him here in the UFC. He's got 10 wins by way of knockout, and you know, this will be one of the first times he's actually faced someone with a height and reach advantage on him. So he went straight to the source and got Alex
155 and a half,
Volkanovski's
the
advice.
official weight for Jamie Malarkey.
150, did he say 155 and a half? Yeah, there we go. He went to Alex Volkanovski and said, hey, you fight a lot of guys taller than you. Give me some tips here. They worked quite a bit on this camp.
All right, we will stay in the
Here's
lightweight
Devontae
division as we
Smith,
welcome our next
who
athlete, King
actually fought
Cage,
Jamie Malarkey,
Devontae
in his
Smith.
last go-around in October, lost to Malarkey. He was 1-1 last year, was the Cleveland native.
Yeah, he's trying to get some momentum back. I mean, he was one of the hottest prospects coming off of season 2 of Dana White's Contender Series, and he was bodying guys left and right.
156 pounds, the official weight for
156.
Devontae Smith.
Bodying guys left and right when he first came into the UFC. Hit a couple of bumps, had an Achilles injury, broke his orbital in his last fight. So he's here to get some of that momentum back, and he's excited to do that come Saturday night.
All right, next fighter to the
Speaking of
scale,
momentum, this
competing
guy
live on
has a
pay-per-view in
lot
the
of
UFC's featherweight division.
Arkansas's
A man many
finest.
fans
I
have
really
come to see out of the
enjoyed
great state of
every
Arkansas.
segment with
11th
Bryce
ranked
Mitchell on
Thug
Impact.
Nasty, Bryce
How can you not love Bryce Mitchell?
My name is Bryce Mitchell. I'm fighting out of Searcy, Arkansas, and me and Coach Dean got to get together for a nasty rap video after this fight.
That's right. That is 100%
Drop a
correct.
few bars there.
Listen, I'm gonna drop. Oh, let's see who his weight is.
Beware of the power of the demons.
145 and a half. I'm gonna go in there and drop some bars with Bryce
Mitchell.
but the boy can flow. You can't deny his flow.
He really can. I don't know what I was expecting, but I like genuinely the lyrics are fantastic, and he's a fantastic fighter.
All right, next we get to what is a huge fight in the UFC strawweight division. You can see it live on ESPN. First to the scale, third-ranked Marina Rodriguez.
And she is one of my favorite fighters on the roster. I became an instant fan when she knocked out Amanda Hebos. She caught her with that right hand, and she's such a savage. She's got such killer instinct. I love watching her fight. Let's see what her weight is.
116 pounds, the official weight for Marina Rodriguez.
And she's all business. Like, she came here, she was like, I don't care about the hype between these guys. I'm here to do my job, and I'm going to get it done, and that's what I love about her. All business.
Coming in on a 3-fight win streak. All those wins coming last year in 2021.
All right, next fighter
Her
to the
opponent,
scale,
next
fourth ranked in the strawweight division. Rodriguez's opponent, Yan
the
Xiaonan.
32-year-old from China, coming off a loss to former champ Carla Esparza last year.
Yeah, that's not a bad L to take. And before that, she was 6-0 in the UFC, which I don't care what division you're in. That is a very difficult thing to do. She's beaten girls like Claudia Gadelia and Karolina
Kowalkiewicz. 116
Kowalkiewicz.
pounds for
116 for her.
Xiaonan.
Angela Hill, the list goes on and on. She's got fantastic striking. She had to kind of reassess her ability to defend the takedown, but that's probably not going to happen in this fight.
All right, next fighter to the scale, competing in the UFC's featherweight division this time around. He is Brian Boom Kelleher.
And here's another man that can rap. In fact, it should be him versus Bryce Mitchell because Brian Boom Kelleher, he can also spit the bars, as the kids say. Looking to make this a 3-fight win streak. Brian Boom, always fun to watch, brings a good pace, good brawling, excellent, well-rounded skills, and a very, very nice young man as well.
Official weight 145 for Brian Kelleher.
Did you hear? He's a fighter's fighter. I like him.
Yeah.
He comes to fight.
Fun style.
Yeah.
Back at bantamweight after beating Kevin Kroom at featherweight just a few weeks ago to Tagir Ulanbekov.
All right, next fighter to the scale, competing in the UFC's flyweight division,
in the world.
15th ranked Tagir Ulanbekov.
Yeah, coming in here, another great wrestler, well-rounded skills. 4 first-round finishes, 2 wins by KO. Very tall for the division, uses that reach well. Nice straight shots, but when he needs to wrestle, he has it there in his back pocket. Obviously coming from that part of the world. Let's have a listen.
125 and a half
Easy
for Tagir Ulanbekov.
Lemon squeezy.
There you go.
Way to finish it. And here is...
we can rhyme as well.
Yeah, they all got bars around here.
Let's do it.
You guys better be careful because you know our producers will have us
in the
all
UFC's
wrapped in
featherweight division.
minutes, and I'm going to lose that
Nurmagomedov.
Nope.
Here's Umar Nurmagomedov, Khabib's cousin, made his UFC debut on Fight Island last January, looking to improve to 2-0 against the veteran Kelleher.
Yeah, and coming up to 145 from bantamweight, I mean, talk about having a lot to live up to, having that last name, and actually being related to Khabib, unlike, say, of course, 146 here. And I tell you what, man, this young man is incredibly promising. He has all the skills you would expect him to have with that last name, but I would say he's more comfortable on the feet than Khabib was at this stage in his career.
Oh, absolutely. Like,
Way
you
more.
see him on his feet, like, he's there.
All right,
like,
next fighter to the scale, competing in the UFC's light heavyweight division, Kennedy Nzechukwu.
This should be a good one. 2 big guys that like to bang. I mean, you look at Kennedy, it's all about the right hands. Nice big high guard, but he's an aggressive fighter. Has some mixed results, but a lot of fun when he's on the money and fighting his kind of fight.
Official weight,
kind of fight you want to tune in for and
206
watch.
for Kennedy Nzechukwu.
Oh, round 2. Took his slides off, I believe, or his flip-flops.
I feel like myself again.
Heidi probably yelled at him, get back up there.
He looks in great shape, that's for sure.
He was on season 1 and 2 of Dana White's Contender Series, and he's 2-1 since coming
All right,
back
next
from that
fighter to the
ACL
scale, a
surgery
man who needs
in
no introduction, the
2020.
former UFC lightweight champion of the world, competing in the co-main event at a catch
Here he
weight of
is.
160 pounds, Rafael Dos Anjos.
I mean, this man needs no introduction. Former champion, fought a who's who of mixed martial arts, been fighting forever, moved back down to Brazil because he's still looking to be champion once again.
160 pounds, the official weight for the former champ.
Looks absolutely
Rafael
ripped.
Dos Anjos.
Former teammate of mine.
Co-main event is now official.
Just a great guy. Really is.
And you can't say enough about him. Like, he's taking this fight on short notice, too.
Yeah, absolutely.
you were talking about this this co-main event, and it's obviously been fluid in terms of who's been fighting in this one, and RDA and Renato Moicano, and Renato Moicano having to travel all over from Brazil. They fought just 3 weeks ago. It's an interesting fight to look at, maybe not what we expected initially, but how do you break this one down for us?
Well, they generally have very similar skill sets. I mean, they're both incredibly well-rounded. They both like to box. RDA, I would say, has a little bit heavier kicking game. They both can grapple. RDA really, digs into the wrestling maybe a little bit more, but Renato Moicano, once it does hit the floor, I mean, the rear naked choke all day long. I mean, this guy's ability, but he's not necessarily a guy who's always looking for the submission off the bat. He's tagging guys up with his hands, and then generally it leads to some sort of knockdown, and then he finds the rear naked choke.
Yeah, Dos Anjos is a fighter's fighter. He's a real tough guy, you know what I mean? There's no quitting this man. I've sparred many, many rounds with him in the gym. Great wrestling, as you said. Excellent jiu-jitsu on both sides. I mean, look at him here. There's Moicano. I think that was his last one, against Hernandez. Yeah, but kind of evenly matched on the ground, I would say. I think the wrestling and the strength probably goes with Dos Anjos. Experience, obviously, with Dos Anjos as well. But Moicano's on great form.
I told you I'd be back.
So it's a
to
tough
support
fight
the
to
great
call.
cause, I've teamed up with the Mesa Gang to offer you the chance to win a dream house in beautiful Lake Tahoe. Or take the $3 million in cash. This house is incredible. You can entertain all your...
What is up, guys? Klein here, bringing Enjoy the Video 38 somewhere first. Ship. Now, using ships in Lost Ark, sailing in Summit, you will notice that I am unable to fast travel. This is where sailing comes into play. Eliminated the time waste because is the harbor. Smilegate they've made it game. You can unlock different sailors that have depths of waters within the ocean. In interest map. I can change the color of my ship. You need to essentially the ship. Now here in the harbor we have some boats that are hanging out for trades. Now during ocean quests, world quests, marine quests, whatever you want to call it, you're not just going to be here. It's a required map, a route. Certainly, just go AFK and let your ship do. On this conversation, there are certain missions I am nonetheless sailing.
Bonjour everyone, how you guys doing today? Today I want to touch on something that I think is going to be helps me grow as a content creator. The Ibran's Wound, or the Ghost Ship, which we're going to refer to it for the rest of the video, is the best, or if not one of the best ships in the entire game. Now what makes it so powerful? It's very durable. It is resistant to dead water, which for anyone who's played this game and has seen how often you use your ship and how much fucking dead water there is, this is huge. It means you're not going to get affected by sandstorms. It means you're not going to take damage from dead water. You're going to be able to see where you're going, and your ship's not going to die every single time you're trying to wait for a fucking island to pop up. Now, how do you get this ship? This ship is locked behind a daily, weekly quest. Now, it sounds a little bit weird, but hear me out. The quest is called Bleak Night Fog. This is a quest that is obtainable daily. However, this quest requires you to complete a ghost ship encounter. Now, ghost ship encounters is a weekly locked event. You can only do one per week. Whether you fail or succeed, you are locked to one single ghost ship a week.
Hey, how you doing today, guys? I'm gonna bring you a couple of the really quick important tips for you to do things like, you see, avoid the hazardous waters here. Silver, repairing your ship unnecessarily. Get to the next tip about this and think what happens in just a second. Happens if you run this out here. I wasted a lot of time in this game being worried about this went down. It's not what happens. So here we are, and I'll right here would be way worse than this. And then what happens? You can pull up your map, and even if you don't have access to it and trying to do island, arrive and up the thing, and then we just need to go down and repair it and pop back out, and then we could continue like thinking that I subscribe, maybe comment. They all help me out, and I will catch you in the
Smilegate provided for us. Then of course the first beta came out information about selling in boats in general. So we all know that selling was going to be a big part of Lost Ark, and we saw it a couple of years ago during the original trailers that Smilegate provided for us. Then of course the first beta, selling not only lets you travel across one place to another and exploring it and whatnot, but it also plays a big part on your life skills, as you will see in a bit. The use of a ship, a great example of this is actually the ghost ship that you guys probably saw in the trailers. We can see that they are pretty be able to, and Lost Ark is also gonna have we have ships at all. So we can imagine that when playing Lost Ark, we're not only gonna use it for, before we start talking sizes, the large ship. Now each of these can be upgraded. Upgrades will allow you to navigate and obtain these ships. Is the main wave harbor, and that's pretty much where you'll be able to start your journey across the ocean. In regards to different ships, like I was saying before, skills that will be available, and that is the junk type ships. Now for actually still in use today. Following the windbag, we go ahead and have the Astray actually, which looks like a much faster ship compared to the previous two. And please note that this part is just speculation. Lastly, we have what would be by far my favorite ship, which is the Avon's Womb. This ship not only looks intimidating, it feels like one of those things that if you ever that you can hire for your ship. These crew members will help you navigate one different able to pretty much go. Plus all of the continents of course die on sailing, and that we can see quite some of the things that attack pretty much into a couple as we did see them quite a bit during the original trailers, and these ships seem to have a big role when it comes to life skills. Naturally, you are probably thinking of something to do with archaeology, and we can also see right here that ships can get minerals from rock, and we can also easily assume, of course by logic, a ship with bigger capacity can carry more fuel.
속일 수 없지. 선장이라면 누굴 태워야 할지 판단을 잘해야겠지. 이곳을 지나가면 물고기를 잡을 수 있을 거야. 기회를 놓치지 말라고 선장.
RDA is going to be the first southpaw Moicano's faced in the UFC. Yeah. How big of a difference is that going to make?
I mean, that could make a big difference, but when you train at a gym like American Top Team, you're going with guys with all kind of different styles, so you get used to that. So, like, I don't think it's going to be that much of a factor of him standing in front of a guy who's standing southpaw, but I think the experience of Moicano is going to be a bigger factor than anything else in this fight. Because here's a guy who's been around for a long time, had the belt, has done everything.
That could be a double-edged sword, though.
Yeah. It could be. It could be. But another thing, too, is the same thing would happen with Moicano when he fought Jose Aldo. He had a little bit of idolization towards Jose Aldo, and I think he didn't perform as well because of that.
Like RJ does when he looks at me.
Idolization. That's exactly what I call it.
Idolization.
It's funny you brought up you sparred RDA. I mean, you were probably one of the easier opponents for him.
Absolutely.
He's fought 7 between former or current champions, he's
Until
15
I
and 7 last 10
exploded
years.
his ear with
Until
a
you
head
exploded-
kick.
Well, he probably was a favor. Clean up that cauliflower.
Yeah, exactly,
right?
exactly.
I
I'll
don't
try
think-
it on your face as well. I'll do you a favor.
Well, thank you. No, I like mine. I'll keep it exactly as it is.
No, I'm talking about your face.
Does anyone have a harder strength of schedule than RDA?
It's incredible.
Multiple champions.
Leon Edwards, Kamara Usman, Colby Covington, and this is all the weight class above.
This is
Do you know what I
not
mean?
exactly
He fought
for
the
help,
best
but-
of the best.
Why don't you go
Yeah,
to ours?
37 years old, 15 years now inside the UFC.
And he's still at the top of his game.
For RDA. All right, here's a look at some of the fighters still to weigh in. And obviously we have pretty big names on this list, including both men in the main event. We will keep you updated when Colby and Jorge come to the scale. Both men will be joining us on set as well. All right, we've been talking a long time about, guys who are living rent-free in your head, right? Let's apply this to this card. Pick a fighter who you can't stop thinking about. They live rent-free in your head from UFC 270.
Edson Barboza, easily. That spinning wheel kick against Terry Adam, it's not rent-free. He took out a second mortgage in my head. He's been doing it so long. I mean, he can knock you out into the head. He's knocked you out to the body. He's knocked out opponents to the legs. I mean, this is top 3 highlights ever in UFC history.
Terry Adam had a great career, and this is the highlight of it for him.
Yes.
I know, that's terrible. That's
Constantly
terrible.
reminded
That
of
is
getting
terrible.
knocked out.
It was like Ben Askren.
He's
Like
gotta hate it.
UFC 100.
You gotta hate that. Oh my God.
Yeah, that was incredible. Where do we want to go next? Who wants to go next? Dean, let's
I'll
go
go
Dino.
next. So my rent-free moment is the walkout with Alex Oliveira and Mike Perry. And Mike Perry. Well, I remember being, and when they were dancing, that was my favorite moment. I can't get over that moment. I learned how to do that Mike Perry dance. I can't stop watching this. I can't stop thinking about it. I just love this. Yeah, that was my favorite moment in UFC history.
I bet the producers love that.
Oh, of course.
love
Yeah,
it.
look at him. Look at him. That was my favorite moment of all time.
All right, I have a feeling I know what yours is going to be because it's a little personal to you.
Yeah. I mean, I have to go 3-piece Minnesota.
So good.
Jorge Masvidal in London. And the whole reason I even got to do this interview is because they thought he was going to be fighting with Michael Bisping. So they wouldn't send him to the desk.
Are you serious?
Yes, that's the whole reason I did this. Yes.
Big reveal.
And then
Look at him. Look at him.
I'm talking to him, and all of a sudden I see his eyes look away, and then, and then I drop the S word on television. We won't mention that.
Oh, did you?
Well, I mean, allegedly.
Silly?
Allegedly.
Laura, keep it professional, please.
I mean, I said shit. I'm gonna say it.
Whoa!
Allegedly.
Language, there's kids
Allegedly.
around.
You're going to HE double hockey stick.
Allegedly.
Oh.
Now, I would like
I've
it
just
to be
been told that
known.
we're allowed to swear on this show.
We are, yes. I would like it to be known.
That should not have been told to Bisping.
I walked toward the crane.
Clarify allowed to swear. There's an English word that we use that I like
No,
to
not
drop.
the C word. Not see you next Tuesday.
I still can't have people walk up to me with their arms behind their back and not have flashbacks of Masvidal just 3-piece.
Yeah.
Like just calmly strolling with the arms behind.
The
Like, oh, he's gonna kill me.
The second I lost eye contact with him and I saw his eyes like move past me and behind me, I was like, ooh.
The
boy.
crazy thing is more people remember that than remember what he did in the octagon that night against Darren Till, I feel like.
I don't know about that.
It's pretty close.
None of you from Liverpool.
Right, yeah, that's true.
True.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. My rent-free moment was that, not the knockout. I'm just saying.
I'm going with one of the great entertainers in the game today, Kevin Holland, because he talks throughout the fight. He was 5-0 in 2020. You guys remember this against Jacare Souza?
Crazy.
Oh, yeah. This was unbelievable. He's on his back in this fight, and he kind of lands a little bit when he's against the fence here, like a hammer fist. He pushes him on his legs, and then he, as he's getting to his feet, knocks him out on the get-up.
I mean, it
That
was
was
good.
wild.
It was great. It was original. We've never seen it before. But guys, please, you're forgetting about the greatest moment in the history of the UFC, the fastest knockout of all time. Yes, you want to talk about yourself. You want to talk about Kevin Holland or whatever. But what about this? 5-second knocked out cold. The main event tomorrow night. Ben Askren goes to sleep. The quickest knockout in the history of the UFC. How does that not live
I'm
rent
gonna go with the most obvious one. I mean,
what is it that you like? The dancing guys, the gyrating of the hips and whatnot. Listen, for me, I like like the fighting, okay? And it doesn't get much better than that. Jorge Masvidal.
Is it
There
difficult to breathe there up on your high horse, Michael?
Well, listen, it is what it is.
Very, very.
But he is British with the Burberry shirt on.
My God.
You gotta give him
Riding
that.
English style, side saddle, proper.
I thought I was going to like you more than DC, and it's.
Wow. Okay, I'll just go home. Don't worry, DC will be back next time. You don't have to put up with me any longer. And you people at home as well.
I'm enjoying it. I always enjoy all the banter. Senko will go at all of you, as you know very well.
Oh, yeah.
Let's talk main event here. You know, a lot of times in these main event fights, it's I don't want to say fake promotion, but it's not real. The animosity not always as real as we think it's. That's not the case here. There is so much emotion involved between these two former roommates, these two former best friends, and this is something that you know a little bit about throughout your fighting career. I mean, certainly some emotions were real with some of your opponents.
Absolutely, they were always real. But this is different because I'd never been best friends with some of my opponents. I don't know if you've had a really good friend that sadly you've had a falling out with. The hatred's a strong word, but let's use that. The hatred is so real and so visceral, do you know what I mean? So now they're going to fight. They're going to step foot in the octagon and go toe-to-toe. I said to both of them this week, when this is all said and done, are you guys going to make up now? You're going to shake hands? And they're like, no. So it's going to be interesting to see how they handle this because it can throw them off the game. It could cause them to overtrain, things like that, be too aggressive in there, deviate from the game plan because right now they hate one another. I believe they respect one another, and that's why the hatred is so strong. So I'm very curious to see what happens tomorrow.
You've worked with these guys. You know these guys.
Yeah, I was in the gym with these guys, and you're right, like, they were so close. Like, whenever you see Masvidal in the gym, Kobe be with him. Or when you see Kobe, there'd be Masvidal. So, like, they were so close. And that's what makes this so much more interesting. These aren't just guys that created beef because they were going to fight. These are guys that were loyal to each other and now have to fight and hate each other.
And there's receipts for everything. I think that's what makes it different, too. There's all this video and audio that we have to look at all these pictures of them being little, best friends and living together and all this stuff. But it turns the fight.
Luni 7 martie dăm startul șantierului ofertelor la Madhouse.
Everything you need to know about the treasure maps in Lost Ark. The treasure maps update more to enter. You upgrade your gear, you have a certain percentage that this process will succeed.
Is if you are in a make sure that we got another key. That was pretty lucky. Actually, that is and just shoot whatever is coming. You have the small jellyfish. They are worth 5 points, and then you have like these bigger. And now we have to wait for another 3 minutes. I'll catch you once the event starts. The small pretty much good. We actually doesn't seem like it. Let's open the last one. And there you have it. I got 3 more.
It's for the Astray. So I want to be doing this every day. If you look at how many days it takes, 5 and 8 is 13 days at 25. That's 25 days. That's the blueprint. Up 8 Be hitting it on the south. Then bam, look at that. Look at that. She drifts, sea gifts, done. And then bam, look at that. Oh no, what was that?
a fight that you're dying to win. This is a fight that neither of these guys can lose. This is a loss that will follow you into retirement. It's not about a belt. It's genuinely about so much more than that. Both of them want to win. Neither of them want to lose, more so than win.
Can I just ask one question?
Please.
Should grown men really be using the term best friends, though? Because I don't think so.
Yeah,
I mean, that is so disrespectful
you're right,
to the rest of his friends.
BFF is better.
It's like, no, it's my mate.
Yeah.
It's my buddy. It's my sparring partner. Yeah, we hang out. You do not label yourself best friends. If you do, shame on you.
That might be a British thing. I don't
But
know.
you know, that's not. No, but you got to be real. Like, Jorge never really said he was his best friend. It was Kobe saying that he was the best.
There's so much.
so sweet.
There's so much he said in this whole thing, right? It's hard to know who's telling the truth. They can't both be telling the truth. Generally, there's two sides, and the truth lies somewhere in the middle. My question to you, Dean, is because you know them both so well, and it is so emotional in the build-up to this fight. Is there one that the emotion could affect more once they step inside the octagon?
It seems like that would be the case, but we've seen both guys handle pressure brilliantly, and I don't see them deviating from that in this fight. I think that when the cage closes, they're going to business. They're not going to let the emotions get to them because they're such professionals, and they're so good at what they do. I can't imagine one of them being flustered by hating their opponent.
Yeah, listen, they are very experienced. They've been in there many, many times. But when you talk about pressure, let's remember, Masvidal is coming off a knockout. You know what I mean? Yes, he's been beaten before, but never had his lights turned off. You know what I mean? Getting put to sleep, I know I've been there. It's hard to come back from. There's a lot of psychological trauma. You can be gun shy. There's many different terms you can use. When you combine that with the fact that he's going up against Colby, a guy that he knows inside out, a guy that he knows might be able to take him down, might be able to handle him on the feet in terms of stamina and strength and all the rest of it, probably better in that regard. And you got knocked out last time out. There might be a little bit of pressure, and I think you can see it in the eyes of Masvidal. Or maybe that's just focus. Because he seemed a little different yesterday.
I agree with that, but I think what you're seeing is focus, because I think if he was facing a big puncher, I would be more concerned about the mentality coming off of the knockout to Kamaru Usman. But Colby Covington is not a knockout artist. He is a guy that is going to drown you in your own effort. He's going to create situations where he forces you to go up and down and up and down and up and down. And it's a type of cardio that genuinely very, very few fighters are capable of keeping up with. But Jorge Masvidal has excellent cardio. The only time we've ever seen him to get tired is when he takes these last-minute fights.
Well, when he did 5 rounds with Usman, as you said, that was, what, 6 days' notice? And he went 5 rounds.
On Fight Island, which is a whole other animal, you know? Yeah, I think it's better than we realize.
All right, let's take a look at more on this main event that we have been waiting for oh so long.
Cuidado que no respondo. Soy una bomba de tiempo. Guarda tu distancia que estoy por estallar. Te dijeron bien soy predador. Que te pones con el mejor.
Although Masvidal and Covington trained apart, they remained side by side atop the sport.
You know, it's a personal fight that needs to happen. If it doesn't happen, it will be because George Masvidal tucked and ran away and hid in the corner like a little bitch.
That fight will take place when I face her.
And as fate would have it, the road back to title contention now goes through one another.
Ya llegó el mandamás, se puso grueso. Te prometo que aquí nadie sale ileso.
This fight has been made. Finally, we get Colby Covington and Jorge Masvidal. It's a non-title main event, something we don't see very often.
March 5th, UFC 272 at the T-Mobile Arena in Las Vegas. It is about damn time. Sign me up. Let's go.
These are two really good, really elite fighters at their primes fighting.
I signed up to be #1, and that's it. I'm #1, man. Come prove it.
And you're never gonna find a fight where two guys know each other better or hate each other more or think they're gonna smoke the other guy as easily as these guys do. So they got a tough fight ahead of them.
The Ben Askren fight was very merciful compared to what I'm gonna do to Kobe.
No matter how much the UFC pays him, when he wakes up in a hospital bed, no one will stop me from getting my hand raised. All that money won't be worth it. Come see me, bitch.
The universe is gonna correct that mistake via me.
Oh my God! I'm a real fighter.
He's leaving that octagon in a body bag.
What I'm gonna do to Kobe's gonna be uncalled for. And I can put my life on that, man.
I can't wait. I can't wait. March 5th. Let's go.
You. And here is a look at the numbers. Man, the former housemates, the former training partners, the former best friends, much to the chagrin of Michael Bisping. And I'm just hearing now that Colby Covington is on his way to the Apex to weigh in as we speak. I'm sure Jorge will be making his way shortly. But here is Ludovic Klein, the 27-year-old southpaw from Slovakia, trying to even his record at 2-2 after losing both fights.
Luda! Yeah, so he's the first Slavic fighter to be signed to the UFC.
156 pounds, the official weight for Ludovic Klein.
156 pounds. Yeah, I saw him in the gym yesterday at the PI. I said, man, you are bigger than me. How are you gonna make this weight? He obviously just made it, but he told me he likes rock music and he likes to eat cheeseburgers right after the fight.
I was gonna say, bigger than you, Dean.
Yeah,
Come on, what are you,
I know.
200?
Yeah,
come on,
but that was why I was shocked. That was why I mean, his shoulders and stuff, you know what I'm saying? Like, talk about here, nobody got me here except DC.
Bisping doesn't pull anything.
I don't know. I'm giving you a run.
Yeah, you and me both. All right, let's do a little rapid fire. In America, this means fast.
Oh,
Yes.
okay. Very xenophobic of you there, but whatever. Okay. Yes, I'm English, everyone. Been in the UFC now for about 17 years. You might know that by now, but it's okay. You're
I
new to
just
the sport.
want to reiterate
NFL
things
guy,
with you.
You're new. This is fighting. This is a real sport.
All right, you ready?
Please.
Okay, here we go. Buy or sell. Jorge's only path to victory over Colby is a finish. You cannot answer this because you're calling the fights, Bisping. So we'll start with Snake.
So I don't think I think his most obvious path to victory is, of course, the knockout. But I think he can get it done via decision only because, excuse me, so I'm already messing this up, guys. Just go to D.
So if it's a decision, Colby's going to win. Is that 100% the case? You think?
Probably yes, but I'm just saying I think there actually is a possibility that Jorge could I mean, if he defends the takedown, just move on. I'm losing.
No, I sell because Jorge can win this fight by decision. He can hurt Colby enough to where Colby slows down, but Colby's defense will be good enough to hold up. So, I'm selling that.
Yeah, and I mean,
Sell it.
Even Camaro says the takedown D better than he thought with Jorge. Okay, over/under Covington's takedown attempts 5. Over/under 5 takedown attempts for Colby.
Over, that's an obvious one. I mean, that is the path to victory. He can strike, but I mean, that's the path to victory.
Oh, it has to be over. It has to be over. If he doesn't, then he loses this fight. It has to
Over and out, without question. I say 5 in the first round.
Wow.
At least.
5 attempts in
Maybe
the first
6.
round. All right.
Why not?
I like it.
7.
True.
That's the next number.
True or false? Colby and Jorge will have a sportsmanship exchange following the fight. I think we can all agree on this one.
I can't even answer that.
Settle.
There's
That happens.
zero chance. If you mean a sportsman-like exchange, lots of middle fingers and lots of police involved, sure.
Yeah, I wouldn't doubt if there was a riot after the fight. Yeah, there ain't gonna be no sportsmanship. They better make sure that the riot squad is on alert.
I think a very sportsmanlike approach, much like Khabib and McGregor, something along those lines.
Yeah.
Something
like
sporty.
Yeah. Very respectful.
Who's winning the trash talk battle in terms of the mental warfare?
In terms of the mental warfare, we got a problem. Neither. That was a wash. Yes, I can. I'm making up.
You can't pick
yes,
neither.
I can. That press conference was just. It was like watching The View. They just constantly are just yelling at each other, and you can't hear anything, and no one's really winning, and no one's.
I thought it was
losing.
like a couple of little kids. Like I didn't find it as entertaining as I have other press conferences because I feel like the bar was lowered a little bit on that.
I'm going to go Jorge. I think that he's been winning. But you're right. Like, it's been so mean that you're just like, wow, like, they're not really clever. It's just mean stuff that they're saying to each other. But I'm going to go Jorge on that.
Colby Covington, without question, has won the mental warfare. I'll tell you why. Because you're trying to throw your opponent off the game. You're trying to get into the head. You're trying to make them emotional. He's talking about his ex-wife. He's talking about his children. He's calling him a bad father. I'm telling you what, if someone said that to me, I would be mind blown. I'm going to kill this guy. And what's that going to do? It's going to throw you off your game. And that's why we do this trash talk, psychological warfare, whatever you want to call it.
That's how you answer a question, everyone. That's a great point. He is dragging him through the gut.
I agree with all that. I just don't think it's working.
So you don't agree? I mean, I agree with that, but you're wrong.
No, but what it does is get you three-pieced in the soda in the street. That's what it does. It doesn't get you thrown off your game and get them three-pieced in the soda.
I'm worried about Miami.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Like what's going to happen in Miami when this fight is over is a whole other discussion. But I don't think it affects the fight. I don't think it's affecting Jorge now.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting. All right, fact or fiction? The winner of Covington Masvidal gets that third fight with Usman right away, thus making Leon Edwards a very sad.
Fiction. I think Leon gets the fight, and I think that either of them could potentially get a third, but no, I think Leon's next.
No. You can't let one of these guys get that fight afterwards. Like, I think these guys are on a different path right now. The championship is different from these guys. These guys need to be fighting for the BMF belt.
Money talks, bullshit walks the marathon. But that said, there's no way these guys get a third shot. I'm sorry, they just don't deserve it. They're great fighters. They're probably the next 2 and 3 in line, you know, but they just had 2 shots each at the champion. You don't get a third shot. You don't have a rubber match when you lost the first 2.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? They may fight him again. They probably will at some point, but come on.
Down the line.
Leon Edwards, everyone.
Yeah.
Hamzat Chimaev.
Bilal Muhammad. I mean, there's a lot of guys in line.
Gilbert
Vicente
Burns.
Lucas.
Demons.
Yeah. There's a lot of guys.
Colby calls him something else.
That are waiting in line. All right, yay or nay? Rafael dos Anjos makes the Hall of Fame if he retires today.
Yay! Yeah.
Very enthusiastic, yay.
Yes, I think he does. He's a legend. He's a legend. As we said before, he's fought everybody.
Yeah, for sure. Like, one of the criteria for me is like being a champion. He was a champion. He's fought everybody. He's been around 15 years. Of course, he goes in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah, without question. Totally agree. Champion at 155, fought everybody at 170. Been around forever. The body of work, the people he's fought, being a champion, being a black belt, tenure in the UFC. Yeah, without question.
All right, Bryce Mitchell, future title challenger at 145 for the Arkansas.
What's the...
Is he? Buy or sell?
I'm gonna sell that for now. Yeah, I'm selling that for now. I think he's got to get his hands a little bit sharper, but man, he's nasty on the ground. I don't want to disrespect the man, but in terms of title challenger, he's got a little bit of work to do.
I'm never going to disrespect Bryce Mitchell. I love Bryce Mitchell. I think he's going to be champion one day. I'm sold on this kid. I like him a lot, and I think he's going to be champion.
I think the way that Volkanovski and Max Holloway, they're dominating the division. They need fresh blood, you know what I mean? And Bryce Mitchell, undefeated right now, exciting style, crazy submissions. You're right about the hands, little catch up to do in that regard. But yeah, why not?
Okay, why not? Why not? All right, we do have Colby Covington. We told you he was on his way to the Apex. Not only has he arrived, but he is in the process of stepping to the scale as we speak.
All right, next fighter to the scale is the man around whom this fight card was built, the former UFC interim welterweight champion and the #1 contender, Colby Chaos Covington. $170.5, the official weight for Colby Covington.
305. That's the 305, Miami.
I'm just not down with the kids.
He's the king of Miami.
Jorge would maybe argue that.
Well, according to Colby, he's the king of Miami.
No, he looked good. He looked great.
He did look good. I mean, listen, he's lost twice in 7 years, and both of them have been to the champ. I mean, this is a guy who's fighting well, and he looked obviously a lot better the second go around with Kamaru than he did the first time.
And he certainly seems like he had a decent weight cut. Didn't
Yeah,
walk
I mean,
out there
yeah,
looking bad.
He bounced up to the
Skipping
scale,
out,
yeah.
smile on his face, and that's what
He
you want to
doesn't
see.
look
When you got a big fight, a successful weight cut is the first part of the recipe to success.
Yeah, he doesn't look sucked out at all.
Tan game on point.
Also very tan.
Yeah, I'm glad RJ noticed that. Good job, RJ.
He's a true professional when it comes to these things. Like his training, his weight cuts, like everything is very professional about what Colby Covington does with all this stuff.
I mean, you can tell. I mean, you can't have
Next
the cardio
fighter
look
to the
that he
scale
does
competing
without
in the
being,
UFC's heavyweight
minding
division
your P's and
live
Q's
on
at all
pay-per-view, Sergey Spivak.
Yeah, some of the best cardio in the game. Here's the 27-year-old from the Republic of Moldova, Sergey the Polar Bear Spivak.
The always talkative Sergey Spivak. He actually moved his camp to Las Vegas, been training at Extreme Couture, and I asked Eric about him, and he said, you know, He doesn't say much in the gym, pretty quiet guy, and I was like, oh wow, surprise, surprise.
2:43
he said
and a
he was
half,
one
the
of the
official
few
weight for
people who
Sergey
actually
Spivak.
volunteered to spar Francis Ngannou and said, you know, listen, there were moments where he would get the better of him. He's got fantastic judo, really well-rounded skill set for heavyweight.
He's beaten Tai Tuivasa and Alexei Oleinik. I mean, there's some good wins there, certainly for the polar bear. All right, you guys ready to pick rapid fire back up? If you're not, we're going anyway. Good or bad move, moving to welterweight for Kevin Holland? Good or bad move?
I think it's a good move. I think that given that the grappling was the struggle, I think having a little bit more size will do him well in this division.
Yeah, I think it was a good move, too. I think that, you know, he always said he could make 170, and he did it with flying colors, so.
Yeah, absolutely. He's very tall but lean for the division, undersized, getting out muscle, getting taken down. 170, it's not necessarily going to be easier competition, but I think more suited to that weight class.
All right, let's talk a little bit about Alex Oliveira's walk. I have some times for you here, okay? The average UFC walk takes about 1 minute and 50 seconds. Alex is much longer. Over under 2 minutes and 45 seconds for Cowboy to make the walk to the
almost a full minute longer.
That's pretty wild.
Well, he's got to get the song out.
Over.
You know what I'm saying?
I mean, over. I think that's over. I think he's
over 245.
That's wild.
Well, the song has got to
did you
play,
say?
and as long as he has Mike Perry to dance to it, I think that it's okay.
I mean, in this instance here, you can clearly. Dominic Cruz would accuse me of not doing my research. I'm sorry, I haven't studied his walkouts. I haven't studied the dancing and the hip shaking. I just don't know. I'm gonna just guess and say over. Over.
Yeah. What's the answer? Do we have the answer?
No, we're
betting on what's going to happen tomorrow.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah.
I didn't know if there was an average we were going off.
It reminds me of when they sing the anthem at the Super Bowl, and you can bet on how long it goes. The average for an undercard fight is 145.
I just didn't know, but like his average.
Yeah, his average. I don't know that we have his.
Dang, I didn't do my research.
I know, me either, and that's my job. So my apologies. All right, true or false? The winner of the Marina Rodriguez Yan Xiaonan fight will fight for the strawweight title, presumably against the winner of Namajunas and Carlos Esparza, which we anticipate coming sometime this spring.
Absolutely. This is a very definitive fight for the women's strawweight division. I do think the winner here will face Carlos Esparza.
100% without question, the winner of this fight not only will, but they deserve to.
Yes.
There's no one else they deserve to.
How else can I agree with you in a different way? But the answer is yes. By the time you get down to me, you've said it all.
I know.
I agree.
I would rather not start every single time we do this.
No, it's all right, Laura. You're just hogging it. You're taking the limelight. You're over there. Your teacher's pet. Brought him an apple.
Jeez,
you know.
What a gentleman this thing is. I mean, jeez
so
Louise.
mean today.
All right.
I just get scraps on the end.
You're good at that.
Yes.
The Hanyak.
I'm good at getting scraps.
Here is, this is the curtain jerker, Dustin Jacoby, part of the first fight of the night, the first prelims taking on Michał Oleksiejczuk. Bisping, what do you think of this young man?
205 and a half, the official weight for
This guy's
Dustin
a lot of fun to watch.
Jacoby.
I mean, tremendous kickboxer. He's on a great 5 or 6 fight on Beaton Street now in the UFC, having a great second run. A lot of fun to watch. Love his style. Some of the best striking in the division.
RJ back with us now. You did some interviews. You went around town. Hopefully you didn't embarrass anybody on this desk, as you are wont to do so often.
I feel like you guys do that well on your own, but if I can accelerate the process, I will. This first one, a little less embarrassing for you guys. We have another one for that coming up. But yeah, I talked to some of the best fans in the world, UFC fans at the presser yesterday. Take a gander. Hey guys, stage manager RJ here. I'm at the UFC 272 press conference, just minutes away from Jorge Masvidal and Colby Covington going right over there on that dais and slinging insults at each other. I want to get a temperature of the best fans in the world, UFC fans, and how they feel this fight's going to go. Let's go check them out. Who do you think's going to win then?
You already know, 305 game bread all day, every day.
On a good day, game bread will take him, but Kobe's tough.
Man, I'm a Masvidal guy, but I think Colby's going to edge him out with the decision.
Covington, man. Hands down. Chaos winning me money on Saturday.
Team Colby. It's that pace, that cardio. I'm going to go with Colby. Colby Covington, absolutely.
I think I got Colby.
Colby Covington.
Colby Chaos Covington, baby. Let's go.
How do you think he's going to win?
It's going to be a verbal tap out by Street Judas.
Verbal tap out. So you're going to say, like, no more, Colby, no, it hurts too bad.
That's right, like just like Tyron Woodley. He's going to tap out.
There's a 0% chance that Jorge Masvidal wins, and Colby Covington will TKO him.
So because you guys are 2 of 3 triplets and you can read each other's minds, I want you to tell me how he wins, 1 word at a time, alternating. Okay?
Yep. Third round by submission. And the new BMF.
You cheated. That was a bunch of words. Jorge Masvidal or Colby Covington?
Jorge Masvidal.
How's he gonna do it?
Baptism and funeral on the same night. Knockout, right hand.
Who you got, Colby Covington or Jorge Masvidal?
Look at this.
Oh, you got nails? You got Jorge nails? Get a close-up of this. Are you shocked that Bryce Mitchell's be able to be as effective as he is with only 1/3 of a ball sack?
Absolutely. You know, it takes a lot of balls to be in the UFC, but the fact that he only has 1/3 of a ball sack, I mean, the other 2/3 had to be huge. So, yeah, it doesn't surprise me.
After Masvidal, Marty Fake Newsman, I know you're hearing this right now. Guess what? He's coming for you, son.
Usman in his pants right now. I know it. The walk-off. The walk-off.
He was very serious.
Very much so.
Yeah.
I hope Marty Fake Newsman knows what's coming to him. Right?
I couldn't believe the nails.
Right?
Like I
There
didn't
was
know
like
you could
an
get that.
actual entire portrait of Jorge Masvidal on her nail.
It was like 10-1 people picking Colby over Jorge. Like 10-1.
So they were giving us some predictions. I'm curious about predictions from you guys. You can't chime in on this, Michael, because you're calling the fights.
feel a sense of yearning.
Sanko.
Predictions on how the
Main event.
Who's gonna win the main event?
You will see.
Oh my gosh, you
music
guys
for
are
me before.
awful. I'm going Colby Covington. I think Colby's wrestling. Man, it's like my brain, my analytical brain says Colby, my heart says Jorge. I'm torn in the middle, but I'm going Colby.
Get off the fence.
Who?
Make a pick.
It's
Crying out loud.
RJ's gonna make a pick.
Colby Covington, clearly. I mean, Jorge Masvidal, his star has risen, but I don't think he's been a better fighter recently. I think he's still the same guy, and he gets caught like against the cage all the time. I think it's Colby Covington just controlling him for 25 minutes.
Now I'm going the opposite way. I think Jorge's got so many tools, so many dangerous weapons that I think he's going to be able to pull that off.
All right, we do have.
What about you, Dan?
What?
Yes, Dan.
Prediction.
I think right now Colby's 3 years younger. Colby's the better fighter at this point. Could I see Jorge winning? Sure, I could see Jorge winning, but I think Colby's going to win this fight.
Take it to the bank.
We do have more weigh-ins since this is the weigh-in
In the
show.
UFC's light heavyweight division,
This
out
is
of Romania, Nikolai Negumerianu.
Here he is, making his walk. 11-1. Only fight he lost was on his UFC debut. Rebounded with 2 great victories last time out against Ike Villanueva. Good back and forth brawl, heavy hands. Stays in the
205 and a half,
pocket,
the
not afraid
official
to
weight
throw down.
for Negumerianu.
Got a first round stoppage. There he is.
And he is good to go. All right, let's talk a little more about Colby and the fighting style. One of the things that Jorge has said going into this fight, guys, is that, hey, when we train together, I was usually at 155, and he loved training with me when I was at 155. But then when I got to be 170, I wasn't as easy to take down, to wrestle against. Are we buying that Jorge being heavier than he was when they first started training together is going to be a difference in this fight?
No, I don't think it's going to be a difference in this fight. That's not enough of a difference in grappling to really change the dynamic, especially when you're talking about in the gym setting. I don't think that's going to be a big difference.
When you're bigger and stronger, it's definitely going to have an effect on the wrestling, you know, but ultimately he's still the same person. And sometimes you are heavier, sometimes you're lighter. It just depends where you are in camp or in terms of your discipline in your life, you know what I'm saying? But wrestling is skill and strength. If you're a smaller guy, you are going to have a better way with that.
But I also think like they're so different now as compared to they were when they were training together that I don't think that their old training was going to be much of a factor.
But what about the fact that when you're sparring and you're striking, you're generally not going 100%, right? You're usually going max like 80%-ish. But when you're wrestling, you can go 100%.
Wrestling's always 100%,
Yes.
pretty much, because you just can't do it half-hearted, you know? But you'll be surprised sometimes when you get the headgear on, you get the big gloves. I'm not saying 100%, but
You ever
maybe
seen this guy spar? You know when this guy was sparring.
99.99999.
You spar like Sean Strickland, apparently.
I train the way I'm going to fight.
You're not throwing elbows.
I've never thrown an elbow in my life. Or a knee.
Colby Covington, by the way, getting mic'd up right now, offset, getting ready to join us in just a couple of seconds here. A look at the numbers for Chaos Covington. Pretty darn good. We talked about the fact in 7 years he's only lost 2 fights. Both of those have been to the champ, Kamaru Usman. And Chaos with us right here. You look good, man.
I feel good, man.
You should feel good. And I think this is you want to come up a little bit?
Yeah.
I don't want you that low, man. There you go. You're good.
There we go. That's better.
This is a unique one. you know, in terms of the emotions, in terms of, you know, there's you guys loved each other for a long time. Now it seems like you hate each other. I know it's a strong word, but this is the most unique fight of your career. Does that carry over once you guys get inside the octagon, or is all that out the window? This is just another fight?
For me, it's just business. You know, I've been very experienced in this career. I've learned to handle my emotions, and you know, there's a reason I'm Ultimate Fighting Champion. I'm not an Ultimate Feeling Champion.
What did you take away from the press conference interaction? Is that the first time you guys have been kind of face to face in a while? I know you went on Stephen A's show, but you weren't in the same room.
Yeah, that's the first time we've been in the same room in a couple years, besides, you know, maybe his last fight when I was in the arena. But being that close to him, I could see how heated he was and how hard the truth hurt him, you know. That's the biggest thing about all the stuff I say. It's true. And people don't like to hear the truth anymore. And if you don't like the truth, you know, maybe your actions shouldn't speak louder than my words.
You said that you're working on being more patient in camp, which seems kind of the opposite of chaos. How do you merge those two things together?
Yeah, you know, you got to have the right time to be chaotic, you know. I don't want to just be rushing in. I know how good my cardio is. I could go for 100 rounds, you know. I don't get tired. And the last fight in Madison Square Garden, I was like, man, I didn't leave it all out there. I still had 5 more rounds to give in the parking lot. So this fight's about managing and getting all my potential out there in the UFC octagon.
Colby, everybody, I think, wants to have these massive knockouts on their highlight reel, but is there a certain satisfaction that you take in just melting people?
Yeah, there's a bigger satisfaction in that because anybody can knock anybody out. You could get a lucky punch, throw a Hail Mary, get that lucky bomb knockout. But what I do, I decimate guys from pillar to post. You know, I beat them down and beat them to a pulp and take their soul.
As you said, that is what you do, Colby. There's no secret in that. Tremendously high pace, wrestling, high output. When you're studying Jorge with your coaches, when you've sat down, you've watched the tape and you formulate a game plan, what is the one thing that you guys identified that's the main thing that you've got to watch when it comes to Masvidal?
Just his fast twitch muscles, you know. He likes to explode on some of his combinations, you know, like he did to Till when he knocked him out. He'll kind of lull you to sleep and then explode on you. So just keeping our hands up. I have such a different approach in my game plan with my new coaching staff. We're always keeping our high guard now. Before I was fighting with my hands down, you know, and I was getting caught. Now I'm keeping my hands up, and, you know, it's hard to get through my guard.
Now, with a win Saturday night, would you prefer to fight Usman or Dustin Poirier?
Dustin Poirier, you know, that's a more personal rivalry. He's said a lot of things in the media. You know, he said it's on site. He said we're going to fight in the parking lot. We're going to go to jail, this and that. So I want to hold these people accountable for their words, just like George Masvidal.
What's the ideal scenario, the ideal ending for you when you envision Saturday night?
Just leaving George, you know, motionless in that octagon and just dragging him through hell, making him pay for. You know, I don't want it to be a short fight. I want to drag him out and really hurt him, make him squeal for all the people he backstabbed and for the thief that he is, and really hurt him and, you know, just leave him motionless inside that octagon.
There is no love lost between you two, my friend. One of the reasons this is one of the most highly anticipated fights in a couple of years. Good luck on Saturday night. Looking forward to seeing it. Colby Covington, former best friend, Jorge Masvidal, getting ready to go at it. Here is a deeper look at chaos.
There's only one cardio king, man. That's it. You got the greatest cardio anybody's ever seen in this sport, man. Use it tonight. I got confidence in it.
6 years ago, he was one of several wrestlers brought to South Florida by Dan Lambert, and they have developed this man into a legitimate title threat. The UFC Interim Welterweight Championship fight is upon us.
Look at Colby right to him and gets the takedown immediately. Look at this. It's a 5-round fight. He's coming out brawling like it's a 1-round fight. But he's just relentless with his pressure here. Oh my God, go, oh my God, oh my God. Nice. That cardio is just such a weapon. Beautiful, baby. Beautiful. Minutes away from a championship, Colby. Yeah. And look at this. He's got those Anjos down again. Pressure of Covington, and now not just the pressure, but the overwhelming anxiety of knowing that you're losing this fight to a guy that's been talking trash to you for weeks now.
Oh. Covington with a right. And a left hand from Covington. Wow. Outstanding championship fight.
Colby, hey, no one can stop my will, Joe. No one can go 25 minutes here.
The new interim welterweight champion, Colby Covington.
Covington sees the interim belt.
No one can stay on this pace.
Backed not only by his loyal teammate, Jorge Masvidal. but also by striking coach Paulino Hernandez.
1, 2.
A staple of South Florida's MMA scene, who once helped the young Masvidal evade the trappings of street life.
Not only is Paulino Hernandez my trainer, but he's like, he's my father figure. He's the guy that pulled me out from the streets along with my dad. He's the guy that said, hey, you have talent. You gotta leave all that over there, come over here, and I'll join you on this journey, and wherever we end up, we end up.
With Masvidal under his wing, it was only a matter of time before Hernandez began working with Masvidal's best friend.
Paulino was George's striking coach his whole life, so naturally when I started helping George with wrestling, you know, Paulino's like, hey, let's start working, you know, a little bit after you're done wrestling with George, we can start doing some pads.
My coach trained him all the way from his amateur fight to his professional fight. When you finally get to winning that belt, he never pays him.
George tried to say that I stiffed Paulino on a fight purse, which is the complete biggest fake news I've ever heard in my life.
You know, he would curve it like, no, I already talked to him just last night. I promise you everything's heads on. I'm like, oh, you serious? Because I talked to him like 2 days ago, and he said you guys weren't good. He's like, no, I swear, I talked to him last night, everything's good.
He tried to use that as a way to put a fork in between our relationship so he could start beefing with me. As soon as I won the interim title over RDA, I knew it was gonna be on.
All you do is live on my couch, eat off my food, and rip off my coach. That's when I completely cut ties with this individual.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Oh, as you can see, we're getting in the Arkansas hunting spirit. Bryce Mitchell is with us here. We're going to get to Bryce in just a moment, but we have to take a look at some of the names still the way. And Jorge Masvidal, Greg Hardy, and the tarantula Jalen Turner have yet to step to the scale. When they do, we will be there. But first, let's start with Bryce Mitchell. How you feeling? You look good?
I'm a lot better than I was about 20 minutes ago.
Well, thanks for coming on. I know it's not easy to.
Thank you for having me, brother.
Come on with us. We're obviously in the hunting spirit, so I'm going to start with a fun question before we get into meat and potato stuff. I loved you on Embedded. I feel like it really gave a peek behind the curtain as to what you did and what you do in your daily life. Are you a better farmer? Are you a better hunter? Or are you a better rapper? What are you best at?
I'm not sure. That's up to interpretation on that one. That's opinion on that.
Do you enjoy them all equally?
I really like winning fights, but I know I can't do that forever. That's why I have to do everything else, because I can only fight for so long, you know what I mean?
No, that's smart. I mean, and you're setting yourself up for the future. This is your first fight in almost a year and a half. It's only the second time that you've been on a pay-per-view. What has this week been like for you in terms of the preparation for a very tough fight?
It's been so amazing. I'm actually kind of sketched out about it, because I'm like, am I supposed to be having this much fun? You know, am I supposed to be enjoying? Am I supposed to be more serious? Am I supposed to be, you know, because it's been so much fun that I kind of have to be like, okay, I'm here to work, you know, but then 2 seconds later, I'm just goofing off with my coaches, and, you know, it's been amazing, you know.
Bryce, so obviously this is your second pay-per-view. How was the nerves, the emotions coming into this one? Obviously, it's a big stage. You know, you're undefeated. I mean, how's the mindset coming into this one?
I think it's my first pay-per-view.
Oh, it's your first?
Yes, sir.
Well, I've been hitting the head too many times.
Hey,
so
me too, brother.
I apologize for that one there, Bryce. But
me too, brother.
Making your pay-per-view debut, sir. How y'all feeling right now?
Oh, God.
It's just an honor to be here, brother. And, you know, this is hopefully the beginning of it. You know, I want to do big things in this sport, so this is a good little path for me to be on.
So, when I talk to your coach, Rolly Delgado, the one thing he says about you, and I totally agree with this, is that you are a real one. Like, you're so open, you're so candid and outspoken. Like, where does that come from, and give you that confidence? Where does that come from?
I think I'm real crazy, but I don't know what he means by real, you know? There's, you know, I just try to, you know, I don't care about, you know, putting on, acting like nobody else or nothing like that. Maybe that's what he means about it, you know, but I don't care to if people like me, they like me. If not, they don't. I hope that they do, but I can't do anything to make them like me. I'm just going to be myself, you know, and so that's just what I try to do.
Bryce, as a fellow farmer, I live on a ranch. I've got cattle, so I understand the struggle there sometimes.
Absolutely.
Marketer. As a fellow farmer, I live in a ranch. You have staff that take care of everything.
No,
this
I
man is
don't.
doing it with blood, sweat, and tears.
No, I don't.
Breaking his back. You have
No, I
nannies.
don't.
You have staff. You have stable men.
No, I don't.
Stable boys.
I am the stable
Even
girl.
worse.
I am the stable girl.
No, she's
I'm
true.
talking
She's
to
right.
Bryce.
She's snapping like,
You
I was at her
cannot
farm.
live
I
his
was at
life.
the farm and
Oh, I also own
Yeah,
a ranch.
Dean's been there. Do I do it or do I not do it? This is about Bryce
she
Mitchell, by the
feeds
way.
she feeds the little calves. That's
Oh my
about
God.
it.
Anyway,
I would
Bryce,
love to have some staff. That would be great.
Wouldn't
But right
you?
now, I'm not there in my life yet. You
my
know?
question for you
Yeah,
was,
yeah.
before Michael interrupted, that farming can be a grind because no matter what the weather is, no matter what the day is, there's never a day off. You have to do things every single day, regardless of whether you want to or not. Do you feel like that lifestyle is sort of, you know, dovetails into the grind of training, even on the days where you don't want to?
Absolutely. You know, and when I was a lot younger, I could train every day, just repeatedly all the time. And I've got to the point where I really can't do that in the gym as much as I used to. And so when I go out and I do all this farm work, you know, I can do all this grinding, like cutting down trees and feeding animals. And I mean, you're out there for hours at a time, and 4 hours goes by and you're like, wow. And you didn't sit down the whole time. You barely even took a drink, you know. And but I'm staying active in that manner without hurting my back and hurting my shoulders and my knees. Everything's hurting these days, you know. So I've got to minimize my gym hard rounds like that. I get a lot of hard work on the farm, and it's a little bit easier on my body, so long as you don't make mistakes. You know that equipment will kill you.
Yes,
you know.
I do.
And no, I almost got killed by a mama cow the other day because I was checking in on the calf. Had to pick the calf up, and I thought I was gonna die.
Oh, they'll kick the shit out of you.
Yeah.
For sure will.
So many times I want to jump in, but Dan Helly, go next.
Well, I'm thinking about a number of things. I'm thinking about your nutsack accident.
Yeah.
That's what I thought you when you said get killed. That
That's
was
right.
that was a whole different situation.
Well, if it was a cold day, it wouldn't have ever happened.
Unlike Laura, I'm not going to try and, you know, resonate with the farm life. You know, I don't know anything about that. But you mentioned that your body does hurt. And, you know, we have got to talk about the nutsack incident. You know, you did drill yourself. You know, we found out about this on The Ultimate Fighter. RJ, in fact, here we have a drill. And we would like it.
Are you going to have him demo it?
Potentially. Could you give
Yeah,
us
you stand up real quick, Bryce, and just do
demonstration of
demo.
how this...
So basically,
this
okay,
happened?
almost happened
yeah,
again
almost
right there,
happened.
brother.
Be careful. Let me hold you up.
So basically, you never, under any circumstance, want to tuck this thing like that.
No.
Ever, okay? Ever. I don't care what nobody says. I can tell you from experience, okay? And that's all I got to say on that.
So you never put it in the thing, in the shirt?
About that, but you mentioned that your body does hurt, and you know we have got to talk about the nutsack incident. You know, you did drill yourself. You know, we found out about this on The Ultimate Fighter.
Do we?
RJ, in fact, here we have a drill, and we would like it.
Are you going to have him demo it?
Potentially, could you give
Yeah,
us
you stand up real
a
quick, Bryce, and just do
demonstration of
demo.
how this?
So basically,
this
okay,
happened?
almost happened
Yeah,
again
almost
right
happened
there,
again. You
brother.
gotta be careful. Let me hold you up.
So basically, you never, under any circumstance, want to tuck this thing like that.
No.
Ever, okay? Ever. I don't care what nobody says. I can tell you from experience, okay? And that's all I got to say on that.
So you never put it in the thing, in the shirt?
No, sir. Never like that. You get yourselves a tool belt, guys.
Yeah,
Okay.
Tool belt's a good idea. You were working on something up here, right? So you had to stick it down
I
there.
stuck it
and then
down
just-
there for just about half a second, and that was the worst mistake I've ever made in
Twizzled
my
out?
life. Yep.
Oh, Laura's ready. I
I'm ready.
have one question before you play Buck Hunter with Laura.
Oh, gosh.
This is such a big fight for you. This is an incredibly experienced opponent. Preparation-wise, are you doing what you always do, or is there anything special that you've done to get ready for Burgos?
I've done a lot of swimming and running, so that's something that I've added in.
Oh, that's new?
Yeah, swimming and running. I used to never swim. Well, I used to run, but they were sprints. I've done long distances now, so.
Can I ask why that is, Bryce? Because typically you would think more sprints, but obviously I get the swimming. There's no impact on the body.
Yeah.
But the long distance stuff, was that for weight?
No, sir. It was just my boxing coach just told me. We just started talking about some of the all-time greats, and you know, Kawasaki.
Kawasaki.
Yes,
unbelievable.
And I love that guy. But anyways, a lot of these all-time greats ran and swam, and I thought, you know what?
Stamina on the legs. The legs are the first thing to go.
And that's your defense. I'm not giving away no more details, but that's
as long as the legs are strong, you can dance around. You can save yourself for bad situations.
Your legs are your #1 defense.
They really are.
And that's my boxing coach.
And you know why people don't say to run that much these days? Because running's free. Oh, these fancy trainers, don't run. I want to charge you $150 an hour to do this.
Right.
No, get out of bed and go for a run. Doesn't cost you a penny, and it's the
right.
best thing you can do.
Plus, it teaches you to breathe in a rhythm, and that's what you want to be in a fight.
The swimming is extremely good for that breathing, I noticed. When I started swimming, my breathing, the control of my breathing, it's harder to choke me out now.
Yeah.
You know, but the sprints, you know, you have to, in my opinion, you have to wait till a little bit closer to the fight to do those
100%.
because that takes
You'll
a toll.
peak too soon.
That takes a toll on you, you know.
Did they help him playing buck hunter? That is the question.
Usually I'm actually walking really slow when I'm hunting bucks.
All right,
Be
come on
careful
over
on the
here.
step.
Come on over
Okay.
here.
Yeah, don't hurt yourself.
Okay.
Now listen, we know that you are an avid hunter, and I think that they just assumed that because I'm from Missouri and when I'm just one holler down from Arkansas, I'm only about 100 miles away from having the same accent as you. All right, we got to get situated
So
here.
is this how I fire right here?
We got to switch.
I fire with this one?
Yes. So
Okay.
you're gonna fire. R2 is fire.
And that's
L2 is
aim.
reload. But here's what I'm gonna tell
Okay.
you. I've been playing buck hunter since I was knee-high to a grasshopper, but always with a gun. And now
Right,
they're putting
right.
these stupid controllers in our hands, and it's.
You're trying to make excuses. She's trying to make excuses. She knows I'm about to get her. Okay.
You are about to get.
Okay, let's
You
go.
are about to get me. Okay.
Okay.
Well, which one am I?
You're the orange.
Oh, okay.
Oh, now I know.
I ain't moving. I ain't moving.
I'm telling you, I can't even figure out where my joystick is.
I ain't moving.
You guys are really good.
These bucks are everywhere.
Honestly.
Can I choke any of them?
Couple of regular country folk over there.
If we had guns, he would still beat me, but we at least.
You know what happens when you bring the farmers to the big cities?
I'm telling you, you guys are an embarrassment.
Are you enjoying the cattle though? I know it's new to you. Are you
Oh,
enjoying
absolutely,
them?
yeah.
Do you call them?
Well, I tried to. At one of my ranches, they'll come to you.
Yeah?
And at my place, they're kind of scared. So.
Okay. Yeah, you got to get them broke in like that.
Good job,
Okay. Okay, that one don't count.
No,
the
it
controller
doesn't.
was
Not
all
even at all.
funky.
Okay. Let's do this guy. Dangerous trophy.
Oh, here it goes.
Okay.
Come on, Bryce.
Michael, why?
Because I like the way he talks.
Don't. You have got to stop
There's a
doing that.
delay on it.
I know. There is a horrible delay, and it's really difficult
That's
to
what
control
it is.
this.
Okay, now I know there's a delay. I can still hunt.
It's not moving. Who's orange?
Can I get
He's
bear?
smart.
Oh, snap! Well, you got killed by a bear. You're supposed to have my back. She's taking me. She's the guide. She's taking me out on the trip, and the bear killed me.
You're
supposed to jump in front of the bear, and then I run
Choke
off.
that bear out. You're supposed to twist her the
Let's
crap out
do
of
one
that
more
bear.
to see if one of you guys can hit something.
Oh, can I hit a doe?
Yes.
Yeah,
Okay.
why not?
I could have hit a doe just then. I just didn't want to get in trouble. Are there game wardens out here?
No, Bisping's not a game warden.
I ain't a game warden can catch me
Okay.
on foot.
You ready?
I'll tell you that right now.
You ready? All right. One of us is going to hit something.
There's a lot to choose from as
Oh,
well.
yeah, bam.
There's lots.
Even the trigger's a delay, though. I just found that out.
Oh, I hit a doe. Dang it.
But they don't count.
Can you guys just hit one?
I'm not even. Why am I not on the
0-0.
screen?
The
don't understand.
orange thing isn't moving at all.
All right.
There's a delay. It's like you pull the trigger and it shoots like 5 seconds later.
We'll get. Hey, Bryce, we'll get this fixed.
Okay, that don't count.
Hey,
It doesn't
murdering
count. It doesn't
innocent animals isn't.
We're still going at it.
That's fine. We're down.
Hey,
We're down.
Defenseless.
Yeah, you know, they're just minding their own business, having a little grass.
Pay-per-view.
Really? What was my first pay-per-view?
Your first one is against Charles Rosa at UFC 249.
Oh, I didn't even know that was a pay-per-view, brother.
Yeah.
Oh,
see? He's so focused.
See?
You're right,
Throw
brother.
me under a bus there,
You're right.
Bryce.
You're right. I didn't want to take more credit than was due,
Hey,
you know.
hey, that's
Hey,
very nice.
just keep being you, man. I enjoy watching all the videos and listening to the raps. And
Thank you very much, brother.
And good luck. We're going to take a little bit deeper look at this fight coming up, Junior Barbosa and Bryce Mitchell.
Everybody knows every time I step out of the octagon, it's a big show. This fight's not gonna be different. Everybody be ready because you guys gonna see the best at Sam Barbosa.
When he gets into that zone,
There's not many people that can go with Edson Barbosa. When you have to stand with Edson Barbosa, you are constantly in danger.
Oh my goodness.
Oh! Edson Jr. Barbosa!
Bryce Def not make a name over me for sure. You know, I feel better than ever. He definitely not ready for me.
Well, if he's underestimating me, that's a problem for him.
Bryce Thug Nasty Mitchell has certainly caught the attention of the MMA world, and perhaps most scary of all for the other featherweights on the roster, he is not impressed with anything he's done in the UFC so far.
I have been working on my farm and pretty much just training nonstop. I think there's going to be a certain point at which people aren't going to be able to deny some of the stuff that I'm doing, and I think this fight will display a lot of my skills.
Bryce Mitchell is an animal on the ground. I'm extremely impressed.
Well, I haven't been checking the weather forecast, but there might be another twister coming through, a big F5 Arkansas twister.
Set up a twister. No way. Oh my God! Bryce Mitchell! That's unbelievable! So nasty!
Everything I'm gonna throw to him, I'm gonna hurt him. Everything.
Oh! Ref, stop the fight!
Everything I throw, I hurt people. I hope he's ready for that.
Oh! He got him! Edson Barbosa does it again!
It will start to take a toll on Edson, especially if I can get him in certain positions, which we call cooking positions.
Cook him to the bone is the battle cry for Bryce Mitchell.
And no man can withstand being pressure cooked.
Oh, big left from Thug Nasty.
I'm gonna cook Edson to the bone.
Everybody knows he's gonna go down for sure. I have a more experience, you know. I was on this game for a long time. I think he's not gonna show me nothing new. I think that's a big advantage for me for sure.
I know he ain't faced anybody like me. I'm unique, and I think the biggest mistake he's gonna make is taking the fight with me. He should just move out of my way.
By the way, when Bryce walked out of here, he asked if he could keep the hunting vest and the hat, and he was super pumped that he got to keep it. Hey, you know what?
Listen, he can have mine. I don't like orange anyway. It made me feel like I'm in prison.
Again?
Yeah, again, yeah.
I like seeing Bisping with the hunting gear on. By the way, Jorge Masvidal has yet to weigh in. Is that a cause for concern?
No, listen, you know, he used to fight at 155, so he's not the biggest 170er, right? And therefore, he's having an easier weight. He's like, I'll take my time. I'll rock up at the last minute. I'm assuming that's his game plan.
Yeah, of course. I mean, he's a professional. He's been around this game a long time. He's at the beat of his own drum, so he's doing it his way.
Yeah, sometimes, you know, you plan it different ways. You know what I'm saying? You do half your weight cut at night, you do half in the morning, and sometimes you want to be the first on the scale. Or maybe he did less last night, but he's going to do more this morning because there's not that much to do. So therefore, you're going to get to the scale a little later. Yeah, nothing to worry about.
The fact that he made weight on 6 days' notice in Abu Dhabi, I mean, the circumstances there are absolutely wild. To have that long of a flight, still make weight, no concern.
You know, we like to compare, right? Some people say comparison is the thief of happiness, but I don't think that applies to sports because that's what we do, right? We compare and we contrast. Colby Covington.
それ早めに早うって言ってこう